up, some might go sideways, and some might move down. But this time we're seeing all 5 index components all moving down at the same time. Both inflation expectations figures moving, getting worse at the same time, as well as unemployment expectations. This, not necessarily saying people think things are getting a lot worse, but they're seeing concerning signs across the economy. Interesting. And again, the University of Michigan 5 to 10-year inflation outlook, the consensus was 3.3%. Was the outlook. It came in at 3.5%. So Joanne was mentioning a little bit higher there, a little bit concerning. Joanne Shu, surveys of consumers director at the University of Michigan. They don't just make good football players, they make some pretty good economists out there in Michigan. Speaking of tariffs, let's get the latest here because it is a fluid situation. We know that tariffs are an economic policy that President Trump likes to employ in various ways. Enda Curran joins us, Bloomberg Global Economy reporter. And kind of where are we here on the tariffs? I mean, I think people are trying to get a sense of what tariff discussion is real, what tariff discussion is maybe just a negotiating point with other countries. How's the thinking around tariffs evolving?
Well, it's moving and it's moving fast. If you consider the action so far, there has been a 10% tariff put on all goods from China. That's actually happening. It's real, and it's new because it's covering all of the goods from China, not just targeted. Then, of course, we have various executive orders that have been signed asking the Trade Representative Office and Commerce Department, to go out and analyze how the US is doing business with the rest of the world.
I've set up the live stream on YouTube. I'm going to be setting it up on also my website. X Spaces is open for call-ins and for you to give me your opinion on what's going on in the news. Again, for the ones that are joining on the other streams, I'm Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we're going to be going over the news, going over how to improve your health throughout the day. Thank you for joining. Greatly appreciate it. So with that said, let me just plug one product here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14 or the Max 35. This is the first pillar of a four-pillar core health protocol that I have. So the Max 14 or the Max 35, you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20-30 seconds or so, and then swallow it, and it's going to improve your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 14 or the Max 35. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Use discount 5 on any order, and you get $5 off.
Investment plans and the fact that health policies cost along.
What's the feeling, and about reciprocal tariffs? If in fact the U.S. does move forward on tariffs against certain countries, is just the expectation that almost a knee-jerk reaction to those countries will react and put tariffs on our goods as well?
I think that's the reaction function for trading partners. We've already had China respond. China's put tariffs on U.S. Agricultural equipment going into China, for example, and they've put some antitrust investigations on US companies. The EU Trade Commissioner was in DC this week, and I went along to his events, and he's making the point that he came here to talk deals. They're happy to buy LNG, they'll buy soybeans, ready to bring down tariffs on US cars. But he also made it clear if that isn't enough, and tariffs go ahead on European goods, well, Europe will respond too. They have their list, he said, and their list of grievances, and they're ready to go. So it's the big danger that people make the point about. Yes, you can have headlines on tariffs, maybe it's leverage, maybe you reach some kind of a deal, but if tariffs go in and you get this tit-for-tat spiral of a trade war, then ultimately it will weigh on business confidence and sentiment.
What are you seeing so far about just the extent of all of the talk of tariffs actually affecting inflation? Because you see headlines every day that, analysts are saying that the tariffs are going to increase inflation. And what is your reporting showing about just how business is preparing for the prospect of tariffs? How does that actually affect inflation?
Well, we're still early, right? The inflation story is still very much kind of about stubborn services inflation, I think more so than goods prices. But we're at a delicate point in the inflation story where, hang on a sec, Wasn't it meant to be all about disinflation? Well, it looks like that might be a little bit rocky now. Throw on top of that point that maybe there will be these tariffs going on typical consumer goods coming into the country. Well, then the thinking among economists and businesses, as I say, businesses are warning to have to pass on. Economists say prices will go up, will have to go up near term. That's where it becomes more pointy. I mean, okay, near term prices go up, but what's the second round effect? Is it one-off inflation impact that kind of policymakers and others look through, or does it set in chain longer term higher inflation expectations? Maybe that's the hint coming out of the Michigan survey today, for example. That's where the big economic crunch does come. But right here, right now, of course, companies and consumers warning what it means for prices, what it means for inflation, and longer term, what it means for confidence.
Very good. Enda Curran, thank you so much for joining us. Enda Curran, Global Economy Reporter of Bloomberg News, joining us from Washington, D.C. Via Zoom. All right, Emily brought into the studio today a green drink. What are you drinking?
So we're live streaming on Rumble. YouTube has the dashboard of the market. I'll go over the market update pretty quickly here. I also have X Spaces for a call-in. If you'd like to do the call-in, please do. And live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please help support my work by making sure you donate on all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please make sure that you subscribe on all the channels, and you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. And you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the ones that are paid members and the ones that donate and purchase the products that help me to do these videos for free for you guys. All right, you learn about economics, finance, geopolitical news and risk, what's going on with domestic policy, scientific endeavors. So please help support my work by donating, purchasing the products, or being a paid member to Patreon. I have thousands of videos for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please help support my work instead of you supporting people that put stuff behind a paywall. And it's a win-win situation. If you follow the protocol that I do to improve my health, you're going to improve your health. So it's a win-win. All right. So please help support my work. I greatly appreciate it. With that said, let me just plug one product here. I have partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed 5 years ago, or 4 years ago, these deodorant bars. All right. These deodorant bars are very high quality. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. They're dual purpose, where you'll use them as a deodorant, so you smell nice, and it'll help to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Extremely high quality. You help support the work that I do, the work that Rainbow Herbals does, and you're actually helping to support your health. Again, this is made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You're not going to find a higher quality deodorant bar. In addition, this has no aluminum and no baking soda. So please go to my store, use discount 5, get $5 off, get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females. It's high quality, dual purpose. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the deodorants that will help to support your health. All right. I want to play Fox News. They were interviewing Rand Paul. It isn't working. I'm sorry.
But what we're doing today, the vote on the budget is not doing our job. What we're doing today, which will be a Republican-led effort, minus me, will be an effort to tee up a bill to increase federal spending.
Wow. Sign me up. Joining us now, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. That was him speaking just a few moments ago on the floor of the Senate. Senator Paul, welcome back. I think you're 100% right. Maybe you'll tell us more about what you said and what you're thinking on this point.
You know, we have two different budget battles going on, one in the Senate and one in the House. On the Senate side, it's been led by Lindsey Graham, who wants to spend more money on the military and more border money. My point has always been, with all the savings that Elon Musk is finding and Doge is finding, send that back to us as a rescission package, and we can apply that to the border of the military. Instead, they're going ahead and just teeing up new spending without any significant cuts outlined so far. In the House, they lined up $1.5 trillion worth of cuts in their budget bill. I'm going to add that as an amendment, or try. So tonight the effort will go all night long probably, but the amendment that I will put forward will be, let's put the House spending cuts into our budget, $1.5 trillion, and show that we're serious so people like me can be more enthused about the project. Right now, I think it's just a spending bill, which I think it's a waste of an election, and it goes against what President Trump is saying and against what Elon and Doge are doing.
Yes, I mean, 100% across the board on this. And, you know, I think President Trump, look, I've argued, you know, because Senator Crapo has said many times, the budget committees can, under reconciliation rules and laws, create their own baseline. You can put a plug in, and it'll be $1 trillion plug for Doge or a $2 trillion plug for Doge, and then have them go after it for the next 5 years or longer. Nothing wrong with that. It conforms very well. There's also small entitlements. People are afraid to cut any mandatory spending. The mandatory spending, the welfare spending has exploded. This is not just this is post-pandemic. It's exploded, and it continues to explode. And all the criteria have been waived. Nobody has to worry about work requirement. All these things seem to be missing from Lindsey Graham's budget resolution, and I don't know why anybody would want to pay any mind to it.
Every able-bodied person in America should work, not as punishment, but as a reward. It's how we get our self-esteem. And I want everyone to work. I don't want anybody that's able-bodied to get a check, one bit of a check, without work. That actually saves money, too. It saves over $100 billion from Medicaid. The states should pay more of their fair share. When the federal government pays for Medicaid, we borrow it, and we have the Fed to print up the money. States don't have a central bank. They don't have a Federal Reserve. So states are, by their very nature, more fiscally responsible than the federal government. So every program that is shared between the states and the federal government needs to be shifted back where the states have to pay more. Not because we're being mean to the states, but we have to shift the burden because we're accumulating too much debt. Interest this year is going to be $1 trillion, $37 trillion overall. I fear that our greatest danger to our country is from within, and I'm going to be the only Republican no on this, but somebody's got to.
You're making great points, sir. In my view, you're making very important points, and I hope your colleagues listen to it. Meanwhile, you're going soft on President Trump, I understand. Little Birdie told me you like his cabinet picks, you like his Russia-Ukraine policy, and you like the Elon Musk Doge policy. Tell us about it, please.
So, you know, during the campaign, you asked me a couple of times, are you endorsing? When are you endorsing? And I was on your program a couple of times, and I said I always wasn't there. So I'm a little bit late, but I'm enthusiastically endorsing Donald Trump. So I'm either late for the second term, or maybe I'm early for the third term. I don't know. But I am endorsing Donald Trump.
You gotta like the Doge effort. You just have to like the Elon Musk Doge effort. I don't know if you've talked to Elon, and you just gotta love it.
And to my mind, what Donald Trump is doing, the sense he's talking about foreign policy, and the fact that, you know, all these, the establishment up there is like, oh, we got to save democracy. Well, don't you have to have elections to have a democracy? So we spent $200 billion in a country that no longer has elections. For goodness sake, that's not making the world safe for democracy. That's making the world safe for kleptocracy.
And also, what Doge is doing on the regulatory front, you may have said, I don't know if you saw the Sean Hannity interview with Elon and President Trump, but basically, Elon said, look, I'm your tech assistant. He's a humble guy. I'm your tech assistant, but he wants to enforce the executive orders, so many of which, as you know, Senator Paul, are aimed at downsizing or eliminating key parts of the regulatory state, as well minimize the waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the rest of the budget.
Yeah, I think they're doing an amazing job. All I ask is that they collect all of this together, put it into a rescission package so Congress can vote on it. There is this constitutional power of the purse thing. I love everything they're doing, but to make it real, lasting savings, I want to see Congress vote on this, and I will do everything in my power to get over 50%. All we need is a simple majority to cut the spending. I'm afraid that it might disappear, or the second we turn around again, it pops back up and they're spending the money again, unless we actually change the law and quit spending the money.
Well, you know, R&D Director Russell Vought is an awful good guy, awful smart guy. He wants to make a run at impoundment. I know what you're saying about rescission authority. I understand that. Requires votes in the House and the Senate. But I don't know. I think there is an argument still to be made about presidential executive impoundment authority, particularly, Senator, when it comes to saving money. In other words, don't build a $1 billion bridge if you can build a $500 million bridge. Don't spend all that money if you don't have to.
I think there's a great amount of leeway for the president to pause spending and examine it. That's what's going on now. There's going to come a time when people are going to call this impoundment. The court precedent so far is that the presidents can't impound money. Does the Supreme Court have a different decision? Sometimes you have to challenge things if it's a law that talks about separation of powers. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but I think it's messy and long, and there's a chance the ruling goes against. I think we should also try to do the right thing, have Congress actually step forward and finally vote to cut spending, and I'll lead the effort if they send it back to us.
Well, is nobody talking about plugging this Senate budget with all the Musk Doge savings? I mean, I can't, you know, I'm not that smart. There has to be lots of people that understand it can be done. Just last few seconds.
Well, we'll see. I'm going to have an amendment to say $1.5 trillion in cuts must be part of this budget. We'll see whether my amendment passes, how many Republicans vote for it, and how many don't.
Terrific stuff. Terrific stuff, Senator Rand Paul.
All right, the market update right now is the S&P 500, 6,080. The VIX is at 16.06. Euro USD is trading at 1.045. The oil is trading at 71.20 a barrel, $71.20. BITO is trading at 22.80, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 149.6. Once again, the Japanese yen is strengthening, and I have been telling people stress is building up in the market, and that's usually a sign. So just stay tuned here. Today, there is a little bit of an elevation of the VIX index. Equities are selling off a little bit currently, but and Bitcoin had some news today. Supposedly, Coinbase claims victory over Rogue SEC. That's on the Dow Jones feed for the news. Coinbase claims victory over Rogue SEC. So you would think that that would be positive for Bitcoin, and that the BITO ETF longing Bitcoin would go up, but it's suppressed. It tried to go up earlier in the trading session, then it came back down, and now it's trying to mean revert. So we'll see. Lots of volatility for Bitcoin. Now what I want to do is take a look at, let's go back to Doge, or not Doge, Doge. This is from Fox Business, published about 45 minutes ago.
White House advisor Elon Musk discussing cutting waste at CPAC yesterday. He was gifted a chainsaw by Argentinian President Javier Milei, symbolizing Doge's massive budget cuts. Watch this.
The most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures, and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence, where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
they scoff at it and say, oh, a few billion here, there. I mean, the way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care.
No, they don't care. That's the problem. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have government officials, and we have people that are benefiting from this wasteful spending, like nonprofits, NGOs, government contractors, the military industrial complex. They don't care. They just don't care. And in some cases, the wasteful spending helps them. So we're running out of money. The country cannot keep on going down this road, or we will become bankrupt.
The average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people, you know?
Doge scored major legal victories yesterday. 2 district judges denied temporary restraining orders put in place. One was to prevent the Trump administration from mass firing of federal employees. The other was supposed to keep Doge from accessing federal data systems across multiple agencies. I want to bring in Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall. AG, Alabama, you have your state and you have joined 19 other states and filing this motion which defends the Trump administration, defends Doge. So tell us more about your legal actions.
Yeah, Article 2 of the Constitution delegates to the president the responsibility of leading the executive branch of government. And what more can be expected of this president, especially after this campaign, than to make sure that the federal government is wisely using the hard-earned tax dollars of the people of this country. And we're pleased to see the efforts already at Doge and Elon Musk. It's remarkable to learn of the waste, fraud, and abuse that have been going on for years now, and money that's being spent for projects that clearly don't benefit the people of my state or the people in this country. And we're delighted to be able to defend this administration and absolutely have seen President Trump's leadership shine through, particularly on this issue.
All right, well, let's talk about Kash Patel, because he was sworn in as FBI director. The Senate did confirm him, narrow vote, 51-49. Attorney General Pam Bondi saying that she looks forward to working with Patel, speaking at CPAC yesterday. But Bondi also laid out some other priorities. Watch this.
Our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next.
And just to clarify, I misspoke. Patel's going to be sworn in today, confirmed yesterday. So I want to get your thoughts on this, because you plan to be a key part in the work that Pam Bondi is going to be doing running the DOJ. What is that?
I love the fact that my dear friend Pam Bondi says we're going to refocus the efforts of the Department of Justice and the FBI on violent crime. Look, Kash Patel, I think, will be a change agent there. And that's what the American people want. They're tired of the fact that FBI resources are not being targeted on violent crime, but instead on parents who show up at school board meetings to profess concerns about radical ideology being given to their students and to their kids. They're more concerned about the FBI being able to deal with community safety and not being able to follow certain church members or those from a certain denomination. If Pam Bondi is laser focused on making sure that we remove the weaponization of DOJ and get back to that core mission of being able to keep this country safe. We're excited not only through General Bondi's leadership, but what Kash Patel is going to be able to do to the FBI. And I can tell you, having spoken to many rank and file FBI agents, they're very excited about today as well.
Is there concern about layoffs with the FBI?
I haven't heard that directly, but to the extent that there's concern about layoffs, it's going to be those individuals that for the last 4 years have not stayed true to the FBI's mission. Look, we've seen the weaponization of the FBI. President Trump has dealt with that now for many years. We saw it for other opponents of the former administration. I'm excited about the changes that are coming to the FBI, and I think it's going to make a difference in the safety of communities across our country.
You recently joined a group of more than 15 state AGs. You sent this letter to Congress demanding Dr. Anthony Fauci be held accountable for his actions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, President Biden did issue a preemptive pardon for Fauci. So what can you accomplish with this?
So first of all, you don't need a pardon if you haven't done anything wrong. And the pardon given by President Biden doesn't impact state law claims or actions that may exist. General Wilson from South Carolina is going to lead that charge. We're very pleased with the report and the efforts being done by the House, and we've seen potential allegations of perjury, misinformation provided to Congress and to the American people. And the question is whether or not there are people in my state as well as around the country that have been harmed as a result of the actions of Dr. Fauci. We look forward to receiving that information from Congress and what General Wilson and his team will do in that investigation.
But would that be a civil suit then? Is that the way that maybe you go after Fauci?
Yeah, I think state attorneys general across the country have consumer protection laws where we're responsible for protecting the interests of our people. And when you look at some of the concerns that have now arisen as a result of the vaccine, the harm that's been done medically to people across the country from this information that's been provided, I think that's very much an interest for us.
Okay, all right. Attorney General Steve Marshall, great to see you this morning. Please come back, sir, soon. Doge scoring major legal victories yesterday when 2 district judges denied temporary restraining orders, one preventing the Trump administration from mass firing of federal employees, the other keeping Doge from accessing federal data systems across multiple agencies. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett explaining how the Trump administration is determining which government jobs to cut. Watch.
I think our objective is to make sure that the employees that we pay are being productive and effective. The point is that don't just talk about the IRS, talk about all of government. That there are so many places. I live in DC. You maybe live in DC where nobody's going to the buildings. People aren't commuting because nobody's doing their job.
So you're saying that everybody who's being let go was doing a bad job?
I'm saying that we're studying every agency and deciding who to let go and why, and we're doing so very rationally with a lot of support from analysis.
By a lot of people who have been let go at other agencies, that they were told they were being dismissed because of poor performance, when in some cases they haven't even had a performance review yet because they've only been on the job a couple of months.
Yeah, I've never seen a person who was laid off for poor performance say that they were performing poorly. Okay.
Touche. Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller exposing the left's hypocrisy over their outrage when it comes to Elon Musk. Watch this.
Many of the people in this room for 4 years failed to cover the fact that Joe Biden.
Miller is right on point. He's awesome. For the ones that are watching the live stream on my website, Rumble, or YouTube, I have X Spaces opened up. If you would like to do a call-in, please do. That's a great way to interact, give me your opinion on the news, how you feel about Doge. Do you think it's effective? This is supposed to be interactive, so please join if you would like to.
Was mentally incompetent. It is also true that many people in this room who have used this talking point that Elon is not elected fail to understand how government works. The threat to democracy, the existential threat to democracy, is the unelected bureaucracy of lifetime tenure civil servants who believe they answer to no one.
All right, Caroline. So it's interesting because all of this outrage about the things that Elon Musk is doing and how he's targeting, one important point that we brought up multiple times already, it's going to get to Congress to enact many of these cuts. It can't all be by executive order, but light is shining on waste and fraud in the government, thanks to Musk. As to the need for Congress to intervene, it's yes and no. There's something called impoundment, where the president can't just disappear an agency outright without the consent of Congress, but he can cancel ideological spending and redirect it to other purposes that are within the confines of that department as outlined in the law. So what he's doing with federal layoffs and mass layoffs is constitutionally sanctioned insofar as that the executive has control over his administration, and he can determine how many staff he has. And look, as a country, we've long operated under the assumption that the civil service can act basically independent of the president and can kind of go rogue and even defy the president. That's not how this works. They are at obligation to follow his orders and to implement his agenda. And so by getting rid of some of those excessive numbers, and honestly, some of the ones that are going to cause trouble for Trump, that's 100% within his rights. And when it comes to, the agency's scope and size largely, that is going to come down to,
can we shrink this?
And the federal building point is very well, I mean, that's one of the biggest things. You know, Elon Musk and others have said, you go to these, Kevin Hassett said that, you go to these buildings, no one's there. And then they're finding, government employees that they're not on one payroll, but two. Double salaries. I mean, it's, that's why you need forensic accounting. You need that's why they need access to the programs. In my opinion,
you're right, Cheryl. You want to throw in the private contract.
That's a great term. That's a great term that we used in corporate, forensic accounting. That's exactly what Doge is doing. Forensic accounting.
Washington should have seen this coming. My goodness, you now have a budget deficit of $2 trillion. The government is spending $2 trillion more than it's taking in terms of revenues. If it's been a private corporation, you would have had scores of layoffs, thousands of layoffs a long time ago. And whose fault is this? It's the fault of the Biden administration. The past 5 years, you've had government spending growing by 8% annually.
It's not just the Biden administration, even though there was an increase of government spending and of government under the Biden administration, but it's been multiple presidencies, multiple administrations over decades of this bloated out government. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. and get the multivitamin that I have. This is easy to digest. It's very important to take a multivitamin every day as part of your stack, so you have the vitamins and the minerals as cofactors for proper enzymatic activity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality multivitamin. You can take a look at what's actually in the multivitamin closely with the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. But it's important to get a multivitamin, take it every day, but also stack it with the other supplements that I will be talking about throughout this transmission. This is very easy to digest. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Support your health and support my work. It's a win-win situation. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's continue on with Fox News, and then we might pivot over to France 24.
Especially when you consider the 5 continuous years ending 2019, government spending is growing by only 4%. It was definitely in the pipeline, and now it's hitting hard, and it's a wake-up call. And as you said, there's a lack of accountability. Government's gotten so big that the overseers can't control what people are doing. Talk about performance reviews. Well, how could they possibly do performance reviews if nobody's coming to the office?
Right. Well, and you could make the argument that could be a work from home performance review, but that's the other, so it's going to be interesting to see, if these, the buyouts have been, several have been accepted, but a lot weren't, and we thought that we were going to get, I think it was, we were looking for 10% of the federal workforce. I think the buyouts is less than that at this point on a percentage basis, Caroline.
Yes, I think there's going to be, it's going to be remain to see how many, staff actually take this offer. Very generous offer, by the way. It's simply a great way to weed out, as I've said in previous shows, kind of the ideologues from the Biden administration that will resist Trump as he's trying to implement his mandate.
And that's what they're trying.
Some of these ideologues go all the way back to the Clinton administration or the Obama administration. And then when you're talking about the national security state, some of them may even go all the way back to maybe the second term of the Bush administration, Bush Jr. So some of these are lifers.
1 month back in office. This is interesting. President Trump has already predicted now a red wave for 2026. Listen to the president.
Nobody can believe what's happened to this party. It's become a big party, really big and powerful party. We won 85% of all counties in America. Think of that, 85%. Have you seen the map? It's all red. In presidential races, they say when you win the presidency, usually the midterms don't go well. I think we're going to do great. I think we're going to really increase our margins by a lot.
You know, the Republican Party already seeing a major shift. Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell announcing yesterday he will not seek re-election, ending a 4-decades-long Senate career. Politico is pointing out his exit marks the end of an era in GOP politics as the party moves in a new direction. Vice President J.D. Vance is using the change, to appeal to the younger voters out there. Watch.
The president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time. My message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in.
You know, just about looking back at Mitch McConnell and his career, Perry Bacon in the Washington Post writes this morning, McConnell is the second most important political figure of our time. He talks about he's the one that started the resistance movement against Barack Obama when he was president. He is the one that really said, okay, it is, you know, it's red and blue. He started that movement decades ago to really, that was the big sea change in politics that we had not seen back in the 90s, for example.
And he got some major conservative victories on the board. I don't think we give him credit enough. He was a master chess player of the Senate. He knew that institution inside and out. He got the 2017 tax cuts basically over the finish line, and he got 3 constitutionalist Supreme Court justices confirmed. And so that's his legacy. Are his national security views outdated to a lot of young people in the party? 100%. And I think his departure solidifies the generational shift in the GOP.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance, a millennial. You know, so the first millennial vice president, and talking about, because it is about the future of the party. The average age of a senator right now is 65 years old. Just pointing that out. All right, we're just getting started this morning.
All right. So let's.
Florida Congressman Byron.
I want to shift over to. I don't know if we're going to go back to CPAC. Probably not. Let's go to Bloomberg here for a sec.
It doesn't resonate with everyone, but it does resonate with a large group of consumers that do believe that Tesla has the technology, the manufacturing technology, and the vehicle technology, autonomy technology.
Outside of the dedicated EV manufacturers, what are the diversified OEMs doing, the Fords, the Volkswagens? How are they viewing kind of their EV strategy these days? It seems to have been fits and starts here.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, you know, that definitely there's some slowdown investment, but, you know, full steam ahead. Like, you know, they're not, they're slowing down investment because of the market condition, but they're not stopping. They, you know, Mary Barra, the CEO of GM, recently said that, look, the future is electrified vehicles, EVs. They're not even spending a lot on hybrids. They're not going to invest that much on hybrids. They're going to, you know, hybrids are just a stopgap measure, and they're going to go full on EVs. They're going to have 11 models pretty soon, the most out of the American and Western automaker, and they've gained a lot of share. They're at 12.5% market share on EV in the U.S., and they're poised to gain more share. So I think, you know, GM, you're hearing that from Toyota and Honda. You know, Honda's rolling out the Series 0 EVs. So I think EVs are here to stay. I think we're just seeing a cyclical downturn as more models roll out. I think demand is going to be there.
Steve, thanks so much for joining us. Steve Mann, he's a global autos and industrials research analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down in our Princeton, New Jersey office. Taking a look at some of these EV companies here. Is this evolution from?
Trust me, I used to be an automotive engineer. I was born and raised in Detroit. I know a lot about cars. I've designed them. I've engineered them. Guess what? EVs, 100% EV vehicle is dead in the water. Why? Because there's no infrastructure for charging. Until the EV technology has quick charging, no one is going to want to buy. In addition, the cost for maintenance of the battery when it discharges is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. No one is gonna, the value of the EV goes to almost zero because you really can't repair it like you can with a combustion engine. Now, what is gonna happen is a hybrid. Now, he said, oh, they're not gonna invest in hybrids. Hybrids make sense. Why? Because the battery can be charged by a combustion engine and you'll have a longer range for the vehicle. These EVs don't have very good range. And once you burn out the battery, it takes 8, 9, 10 hours to charge. So why would someone do that? Spend all that time to charge their car. And now there's some quick charge technologies, but it's still like 6 to 8 hours. Not only that, the durability of the battery system. Just look at your iPhone or your iPad and how quickly the battery burns out. All right, you have it for like 2, 3, 4 years, and then the battery just doesn't work as well. That's the same thing that's going to happen to your car. If you really want that, and you got to remember, cars are in environments where there's huge fluctuations of temperature. Super hot during the summer and super cold during the winter. You think those batteries are going to be that robust after 6 years in temperature gradients? No. Don't be stupid. Don't buy the bullshit. 100% EVs are not going to be a sustainable consumer product until there's fast charging and there's fast pull out of the battery system and to put in a new battery system where it's not very costly. But if you have to fork out $8,000 to $10,000 to replace the battery after 6 years, what's the point of even buying the vehicle? There's no durability. No durability. But they want you to believe that it's good for the environment, even though mining all that lithium is actually worse for the environment than fossil fuel. So it's going to be more efficient combustion engines, and there's going to be some sort of hybrid technology. Now, it's possible that implement a hydrogen system. But what's interesting about the hydrogen system, it's using combustion. It's using hydrogen as the fuel source for combustion. So it's straddling combustion engines, except you're not using fossil fuel, you're using hydrogen. Now, there's some problems with that because you can just fill your car with water and then break up the hydrogen, and boom, you have combustion. All right, that makes a lot of sense. But this lithium bullshit, there is no future on that. None. People want to believe that there's a future in it. It's not. It's a big canard.
I think the new great business over the last 15 years has been private credit. Those people have come out of nowhere and are making money hand over fist, and they're building up some big fortunes as well. And that's the subject of our big take story here today. Wall Street's new money is shaking up the ranks of the super wealthy. Tom Maloney joins us. He's an editor for Bloomberg News, joins us here in our interactive broker studio. Talk about a business, Tom, that really since the great financial crisis has just exploded. And a lot of people are making a lot of money, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. We wanted to take a look at exactly how many people were making money, and we identified 18 billionaires at these firms that have a majority of their business in the private credit space. And some of them are familiar names like Polo and Ares, but there are a lot of firms that I was unfamiliar with when I started this project. Places like Oak Hill and Golub Capital and Cliffwater.
Yep.
So a lot of money being made for sure.
So why those names specifically? Like, what about those companies, and like why were they surprising to you?
They were surprising to me just because, I mean, look, I've never heard of Oak Hill. It's not exactly a household name like Apollo or like Ares, you know, one of those big Wall Street names that a lot of people have heard of that have been around for a long time. And some of these places have been around for a long time as well, but they've mostly been under the radar. But there's been so many acquisitions in the space, you know, big companies like BlackRock spending a lot to acquire private credit firms like HPS, and that's just making a lot of money for the founders.
One of the firms that, again, wasn't around when I started in the biz, Ares Management Corporation. Talk to us about this company, this firm, because I kind of consider them one of the founders, I guess, of private credit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are. We looked at the founder there, but we also identified 3 other executives at Ares who are billionaires that we've identified for the first time. So it's not just the founders who are getting rich in this business. It's a place like Ares or Apollo. You can be a kind of a senior executive, and there's just billionaires all over the place at those kind of firms.
This story it seems to be fundamentally about money, and specifically billions. So can you help us understand, what is it about private credit in this field specifically that's generating so many billionaires? How do you make $1 billion from this business?
That's a really good question. I think there are a couple of things that people talk to me about as being really important and a kind of a driver of why there's so much money being made in that sector. Part of it is just the kind of a trend that's been going on since the end of the financial crisis. Banks have been retreating from lending, and that's made more opportunities for these private credit shops.
And another thing about the EVs that comes to mind, these automakers are trying to get you to buy vehicles more often. So if they make a vehicle where it's not very durable in terms of its powertrain and its battery system, and you can only have it for 6 years, then it forces you to have to trade it in and then buy a new vehicle. So it's like a subscription model in a way. So it's another ploy to just keep on buying. What you really want is a durable vehicle that will last you for 10 years. Why should you have to constantly feed these corporate machines your hard-earned money on top of being taxed to death by the Democratic Party? And then they want to blame you for climate change. Don't you think that, having to make all these new vehicles, all right, takes energy and resources, and it also creates waste, all right, versus making a vehicle that lasts longer? If you could have a vehicle for 12 years, one vehicle, instead of 2 vehicles for 6, which one do you think is actually more beneficial to the environment? Forget about climate change, but just beneficial to the environment. 1 vehicle or 2 vehicles? If you have to buy a vehicle every 6 years out of a 12-year cycle, which one is more beneficial for the environment? The 1 vehicle that lasts for 12 years versus the one that lasts for 6 years. But for corporate America, the share price goes up if they know you're going to buy 2 vehicles in 12 years, not just 1. And that's part of the reason why Apple apply this with the whole Apple model. Apple makes great products, all right? Especially during the Steve Jobs days. And you could have a laptop that lasts for 8 years or 6 years if you bought the highest level laptop at that time. And it could last you 6 to 8 years. Now that last 2 years, it's limping. But the thing is it would work. You can't do that with an HP or a Compaq back then, or, a Dell or some sort of clone, IBM clone. No, you couldn't do that. But with Apple, you could. But Apple knew that for their share price to keep on going up, they had to force people to buy their laptops and other products with higher frequency. Instead of every 6 years or 8 years, it's every 3 years. So they burn out these batteries real quick. It's the same problem. They're trying you to believe in something and then move consumer behavior in a certain way, a manufactured consensus, and it only helps the shareholders. Doesn't help the end user, doesn't help the environment. But some guy from Princeton is going to tell you that EVs are going to be the solution. I'm willing to bet he didn't design a car. All right. Let's go to Al Jazeera talking about Arab leaders discuss Gaza plan.
I mean, when there are little signs of any serious progress. And ahead of his trip to Washington Monday, Emmanuel Macron says he plans to tell Donald Trump that he, quote, can't be weak in the face of Vladimir Putin. The French president making those comments in a 1-hour-long Q&A session on social media.
Oil is trading now below $71 a barrel, right at that. Well, now it's trading at $71 a barrel. It was below. Now it's below. So it's got some reason. It has some support at the $71 a barrel mark.
Reached new heights Friday as Hamas claimed that the body of mother Shirley Bibas was likely mistakenly mixed with somebody else rather, after Israel said that it indeed received not Shirley Bibas, but the body of an unidentified woman. Hamas has said that it is investigating the incident, though Benjamin Netanyahu has already said that the group will pay for what he described as an intentional, cruel, and cynical violation of the ceasefire. Liza Kamenov has more.
Grief and growing anger in Israel as the bodies of hostages were returned from Gaza, among them 83-year-old Oded Lifshitz, as well as Ariel and Kfir, the children of the Bibas family. But the fourth body, said to be their mother, Shiri Bibas, was in fact an unknown person and not a hostage, according to the Tel Aviv Medical Center, causing an outcry from the Bibas family, who also blamed Benjamin Netanyahu for abandoning Shiri Bibas.
There is no forgiveness for abandoning them on October the 7th, and no forgiveness for abandoning them in captivity. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we did not receive an apology from you in this painful moment.
According to the IDF, the Bibas children were murdered while in captivity, while Hamas has been claiming that they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. On Friday morning, Prime Minister Netanyahu said Hamas would pay the full price for failing to hand over Shiri Bibas.
These Hamas monsters also cynically refused to bring back the boy's mother, Shiri, and sent the body of a Gazan woman instead, in brazen violation of the agreement.
Israelis across the country were left horrified and angered at Hamas, questioning if the wrong body handover was a mistake or deliberate.
It's so painful. So the family has to go and bury them and to make sort of a closure. And now the mother is missing, and it's so frustrating and it's so hurting.
Hamas released a statement saying it would review the possibility of an error, suggesting a possible mix-up of human remains due to Israeli bombing of the area. The names of 6 more living captives, due to be released on Saturday, have been sent to Israeli authorities. They will be handed over in exchange for 602 Palestinian prisoners, among them women and children. These are among the last hostage handovers of the ceasefire agreement's first phase, with Israel and Hamas yet to start negotiating the second phase.
Well, Arab nations were quick to react to Donald Trump's plan for the U.S. to take control of Gaza and resettle its residents on their territories. But actions, of course, speak louder than words. So the question now is how exactly they will counter it. Well, that was supposed to be the focus in the meeting between leaders from the Gulf nations, Egypt, and Jordan. A source close to the Saudi government had said that they'd be rediscussing a reconstruction plan for Gaza, indeed aimed at countering Donald Trump's. Well, the meeting came and went. The Egyptian presidency simply confirming that the Egyptian president had left Riyadh without specifying what was achieved. Well, earlier I spoke to Hussein Ibish, a senior resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, and I had asked them if there is any realistic peace plan that would suit Israelis, Palestinians, and other regional actors. Here's what he had to say.
None. Simple as that. None. Prime Minister Netanyahu is not going to agree to a peace plan because, look, there are 3 entities that could control Gaza effectively. One is the Israeli military, the second is Hamas, and the third is an alternative Palestinian civil administration, which ultimately would be connected to the PA and the PLO in Ramallah, the group that the Israeli right wing fears the most. Okay, So the Israeli military is not going to be willing to rule in Gaza into the indefinite future. They're already bleeding people with the limited presence they have. Okay, the Israelis are not going to accept an alternative Palestinian administration that strengthens the hand of the Palestinians who could create a state in the West Bank. What they're going to do is exactly what they're doing now, allowing the return of Hamas to power. It is a strategic decision on the part of Israel to let Hamas come back to power. But that's not a peace plan because they're never going to formally accept that. They're just going to insist that that's what happens. And because of that, I think we have an open-ended, on-again, off-again war into the foreseeable future where the Israelis act whenever they want to act and they leave the whole place in squalor and misery. Hamas continues to crawl out of the rubble and wave the flags that we're looking at now on your screen. And, that's exactly what's going to happen. So a peace plan, no. The return of Hamas rule, yes, because that is Israel's strategic choice.
Well, ahead of his trip to the U.S. Capitol next week, Emmanuel Macron gave a preview of what he plans to say to Donald Trump. In a 1-hour-long Q&A session on social media, the French president insisted that he'll tell his American counterpart that he cannot be weak in the face of Vladimir Putin, adding that he'll try to persuade Donald Trump that U.S. and European interests are the same when it comes to Ukraine. His comments coming as European countries, of course, continue their long, hard soul-searching for a collective response to the war. This, of course, as the Trump administration looks increasingly unlikely to defend Kyiv's interests. Laurent Marché.
After holding meetings at the Élysée Palace on the subject of Ukraine, Emmanuel Macron invited his followers to a live stream on social media. He clarified France's position on a sensitive subject, sending troops to the war-torn country.
Today, we do not intend to send any combat troops to Ukraine. But we do not rule out the possibility of having forces that could help guarantee Ukraine's security once peace is negotiated within a planned framework with our allies.
Pourrait contribuer à garantir la sécurité de l'Ukraine. The current plan is to deploy soldiers to secure the 2,300 kilometers of Ukraine's current wartime borders with Russia and 1,100 kilometers with Belarus. Great Britain has already said it's open to the idea.
There's a brutality and a war of attrition that's being waged against Ukraine by Russia, and it must be resisted and must continue to be resisted by all allies and right-thinking countries.
According to British media outlets, Paris and London are considering the creation of a European force. Some 30,000 soldiers would only be deployed once a ceasefire is in place. But the subject is not unanimously supported in Europe. Germany is firmly opposed to it.
It is highly inappropriate. For me, it is clear that this is a false debate at the wrong time on the wrong subject.
But European powers do agree on unwavering support for Kyiv and claim to do everything possible to achieve a lasting and solid peace that won't leave Ukraine behind. While Donald Trump is stepping up his criticism of Vladimir Zelensky, Emmanuel Macron has called on his American counterpart to stand up to Vladimir Putin, a message he will be able to pass on in person next Monday at the White House. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is also expected in Washington on Thursday.
Well, there are just 2 days to go now until Germany's parliamentary election. The latest polls showing that mainstream parties have actually lost a bit of support in recent days, with the far-right AfD gaining ground. Immigration has, of course, been the biggest debate and campaigning topic ahead of these elections. So in the final mini debate between the main parties on Thursday evening, the war in Ukraine was finally given more airtime. Rachel Griffiths has the details.
The final meeting before elections take place in Germany. Chancellor Olaf Scholz and the man who could replace him, Conservative Friedrich Merz, debated each other on Wednesday, while their parties met on Thursday evening to debate. On the agenda, the war in Ukraine, developments with the Trump administration, and criticism of the current chancellor.
We will make this Europe strong again. Europe must speak with one voice. We will not approach Mr. Putin in isolation as Mr. Scholz did, but we will join forces with the whole of Europe, with France, with Poland, also with Mr. Starmer, with the British, to create a strong Europe and then sit at the table with the Ukrainians with one voice.
Merz's Conservatives are currently ahead in the polls, while Olaf Scholz's party is in third place.
Between them, the far-right AfD party has the backing of the Trump administration.
It should be noted that Donald Trump is now implementing exactly what we as the AfD have been demanding for 3 years, namely an immediate ceasefire and starting peace negotiations.
Others are also calling for peace but guaranteeing Ukrainian sovereignty. Security in Europe is also a major issue, with fears that political instability could make the country more insecure.
What's destroying is this fake news, the hatred and agitation on the internet, and it also has a sexist component. That's why democratic parties have to stand together when it comes to disinformation and this influence from outside, especially on the internet.
As voters head to the polls on Sunday, negotiations will then set out the new government's plans. But it will be weeks, perhaps months, before that government can be formed.
Well, coming up, you're watching France 24 around the world. Stay with us. Coming up next, reporters. According to the United Nations, Sierra Leone is one of the most exposed countries in the world to coastal erosion. Now, it's a phenomenon, of course, caused by climate change and further exacerbated by human activity. Now, submersion is accelerated further by Sierra Leone's extreme poverty, which moves the population to destroy their environment in order to survive. More in this report by Caitlin Kelly, Saiju Ba, Sarah Sacco, and Simon Martin.
This water is where we earn our living, but it's also this water that's taking away where we live. In one way, it's doing us good, and the other way, it's destroying us. Now we're looking to God to help us. We used to be here, our whole community lived here. Now everywhere is water. We were forced to leave this place. When you see the black under the water, the town used to be there, but the water destroyed everything. We even had a lot of coconuts and other trees there and here.
4 years ago, Bowmy's home stood on solid ground. Today, all that remains of his island is a submerged sandbank, without a trace of the dozens of families who were forced to flee.
Since the water forced us out of our homes, whenever I come here, I remember it was fine to live here. But now we're overcrowded over there. Our conditions are not okay, but we just have to deal with it.
Faced with no choice, Bowmy, like others, was forced to move to the neighbouring island of Nyangai. But like the rest of Sierra Leone's Turtle Islands, Bowmy's new home is itself on borrowed time. Signs of its impending collapse are everywhere.
Right. We're going to shift over maybe to the DC mayor speaks on future of city. Maybe there, or go to Bloomberg. I'm not sure yet. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the powdered probiotic, which is what I take every day with soft foods, but you can mix it with filtered water, or take the Veggie Cat probiotic. Taking a good probiotic is going to reduce inflammation in your gut, improve your metabolism, improve your absorption of your food, and improve your immune system in your gut. When you have a thicker mucosal lining within your inner lining of your gut, you're reducing the chances of leaky gut syndrome, and you're reducing the chances of mutations in the crypt of your colon, and therefore you're reducing the chances of polyps. So it's really important to boost up your immune system in your gut. So taking a good probiotic will also improve your metabolism and the communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to think more clearly. You'll be less irritable. You'll sleep better. And there's evidence that suggests that a poor gut biome leads to early onset of dementia or Alzheimer's. So it behooves you to have a good gut. In addition to having a good gut biome, you're going to see improvement in your hair, your skin, and your nails. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great high quality probiotics that I offer. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. Very important to take it every day. Also, go to my store and get the great structural nano silver soaps. I have 2 versions in the new packaging, peppermint and lavender in the new packaging. Same high quality structural nano silver soaps. So get a couple bars for your household. And then I have 2 in the old packaging, which is lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. So get a couple bars for your household, very high quality soaps. Doesn't have all the fancy chemicals in it. It's good for your health and well-being, something that I use. And not only are you improving your health, but you're helping to support the work that I do. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver soaps, get a couple bars for your household, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Okay, let's switch to Bloomberg. They're talking about United Health.
Right, because of it. So I think over the last couple of years, medical costs were going up. Everyone is expecting medical costs to continue to go up. My thesis that they're gonna start to ease because 3 years after the post-pandemic recovery began, I think there are less people that will sort of seek care at the levels that they did after deferring seeing a doctor during the pandemic. So that could sort of provide a tailwind for United on earnings front as well as the whole industry, but we'll see how it plays out.
All right, Glenn, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Glenn Losef, he's a senior equity analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, following those managed care companies. United Healthcare, a big mover in the market today, off about 8.5%, ahead and off double digits earlier in the day as the DOJ investigates some of their practices there. We'll keep an eye on that. That's been a big contributor to the Dow, down 380 points, 0.8%. So we'll stay on top of that. Story coming up. Munis in focus. Why not? It's Friday. We do munis on Friday. We love munis. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
All right. Let's see here. Let's play the hill. We haven't played the hill in a while. And then we'll go to Cash Jordan. They're talking about Mitch McConnell here.
We have some breaking news. Mitch McConnell, Republican senator, a longtime leader of the Republicans in the Senate, will not be running for re-election in 2026. He is 83 years old as of today, and he will be exiting the Senate at the end of this term. So this is perhaps not a surprising announcement, given a lot of concerns with his age, his frailty. He has looked to be not in great condition lately. I believe he had a fall sometime in the last week. He's had a number of falls. There were obviously a couple moments of him freezing on camera in the last year or two that concerned a lot of people. He is no longer the leader of the Republican faction in the Senate. He has passed on that role, but now he will also be out of the Senate at the end of his term. You know, this is a figure who is tremendously powerful and influential, probably one of the most important Republican congressional leaders in our nation's history, overseeing the confirmation of several Republican efforts to get through Supreme Court justices who back conservative policy agenda, judges just more broadly. and so a very important figure, although one who has recently become very maligned by Trump and the MAGA movement, as he is seen as kind of representing an older guard, a personal hostility with Trump, has voted against several of his cabinet picks, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. So he's kind of going out on a low note for him, even though he has been responsible for so much conservative policy being implemented.
Absolutely. The news itself is not a surprise. For a man turning 83 has had some of the freezes that we have mentioned, and you know, in general, is increasingly, I think, in free.
Only in Congress is it even a question whether you'd retire at that point.
That's pretty true. But I do think that the bigger and more important point is the change of the Republican Party from a kind of McConnell-esque party to a Trumpian party. Now, I think that the McConnell party had plenty of cynicism and all the rest to it as well. You know, famously, you mentioned the Supreme Court justices. I think on the Liberal side of this country's divide, he's often remembered for having blocked Merrick Garland when President Barack Obama nominated Garland in 2016. And McConnell's rationale for doing that was, well, really, the American people should get to decide at an upcoming election who they want to have that power. Then, at a later point of the Trump presidency, Trump nominated Amy Coney Barrett. That was in September 2020. And McConnell backed that and had no issue at all. Didn't think it should wait for another election after all. So that's the kind of politics that he represents. Setting aside the Supreme Court issue, obviously much more interventionist, much more supportive of American involvement in Ukraine, for example, which you and I were talking about earlier, and just generally more, very much more identified with the Republican Party as sort of big business, corporate interests, foreign policy, interventionism, those kind of things. Not a populist by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not a populist by any stretch of the imagination.
Just to remind the audience that ones that are watching on my website, live stream, Rumble, or YouTube, I have X Spaces open if you'd like to ask a question or tell me your opinion on the news. Thank God McConnell is leaving. He's not seeking re-election, but he should step down because he's not healthy enough to be senator. But he's, you know, going to be there to try to slow walk Trump's agenda, like a regular rhino.
I would say not particularly a libertarian either, although maybe his economic policies are ones I like, although I'm not sure that that's really what puts him in conflict with Trump. It was mostly personal. You know, he criticized Trump for the events of January 6th and Trump's election behavior. And then, yes, in recent years, he has been a full-throated defender of interventionism, of using American dollars to project American strength, of defending Ukraine, of all of that, very a neoconservative kind of ideology to him that has just fallen out of fashion so much on the right. That is not what the MAGA base wants, to the extent now he's portrayed in conservative media as a rhino, you know, despite being more responsible than anyone else for conservative wins on Roe v. Wade and a host of other issues. He's thought of as a rhino for where he stands now. It's you know, it's the old it's the quote from Batman that you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. He's been in that role so long that he is now very much not with the times of where MAGA is.
No, he's not. And one of the difficulties that McConnell has had in recent years is there are good reasons for people of almost all ideological complexions to dislike him or to object to him. I mean, you mentioned the January 6th issue. And for a lot of liberals, that was the perfect encapsulation of their problem with McConnell, because he got up, I believe it was on the floor of the Senate, and said that he thought that Trump was morally responsible for the events of that day, and then voted to acquit him. And it's like, you have to decide one way or another. He wasn't saying, oh, it was all fine and dandy, as he shouldn't. I mean, and my views on that topic are well known. But to actually say Trump was morally responsible for that, but I won't do anything about it, is a very Mitch McConnell approach.
So now the question becomes, who's going to run for this seat? Obviously, Kentucky, like every state, there are two senators. Kentucky's other senator is
your friend,
my favorite senator, Rand Paul, who is of my ideological bent and has been a guest on Rising many times. I make no secret of the fact that I broadly agree with him. Kentucky also has my favorite.
Rand Paul would be great to lead the Senate. But, you know, unfortunately, they
The
didn't do
House,
that.
and one of my favorite members of the House, which is Thomas Massey, someone who even people on the left, I think, have some affection for and appreciation for being principled on foreign spending and some of the things he's said regarding the Israel-Gaza conflict. Extremely libertarian member of the House. And I guess the question will be, is he interested in making Kentucky by far the most libertarian Senate delegation and running for that seat?
The Japanese yen continues to strengthen throughout the trading session. Oil is now trading at $70.92 a barrel. VIX is slightly going down through this trading session. It's about at it's slightly above the opening. But what is interesting here is you had positive news with Coinbase. Seems like the SEC is going to drop their charges or their investigation. I guess it's an investigation. So that should have been positive for Bitcoin, but you're not seeing a big move upward in Bitcoin. Now, that's surprising to me that there wasn't more of a pop on Bitcoin price with the Coinbase positive news.
We would have a lot of, you know, support. There's a lot of respect for him in conservative media, I think, and independent media even. So he might. I wonder if he'd want to make a go of it.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky is an interesting state politically because, of course, despite being a very deep red state, it has a Democratic governor in Andy Bashir. Now, I can't recall off the top of my head, this is literally breaking news about McConnell. I can't recall if Bashir is term limited anytime soon. Would he consider making a Senate run? I would think you would have an uphill climb to be elected to the Senate, but I mean, you would have an uphill climb to the Democrat to be governor, and Bashir did that. So it'll be one to watch for sure.
It will definitely be one to watch. More to come on Rising later today. Please stay with us.
Yeah, once in a while, I like watching The Hill. Another one that I like listening to, but I don't agree with usually, is Times Radio. Now there was Cash Jordan. I wanted to play the Cash Jordan one because he just released another video. And he does the best in terms of journaling what's going on in New York with, you know, cost of living and the illegal immigration protests. So let's, he just released this an hour ago.
As the immigration crackdown continues and some retreat in fear, people all throughout New York are stepping up.
The mayor and the president see millions of people, not only in this city, but across the country as expendable.
So as President Trump ramps up the largest targeted deportation effort in U.S. history, some of New York City's leaders are digging in their heels. Because although ICE's immigration crackdowns are focused on the gang members and dangerous individuals who've come here to grow their criminal empires, local progressives claim they object to immigration enforcement in the name of compassion for all immigrants. But as you're about to see, some of that compassion may be sorely misplaced.
When our communities are under attack, what do?
There's no denying migrants in New York City are terrified, staying away from school, church, and work to avoid arrest during an ICE immigration raid. We will stand together against hate and attacks that seek to divide us.
This all comes on the heels of Tuesday's multi-agency operation in the Bronx, Washington Heights, and Queens. 12 targeted criminals were arrested, including an alleged ringleader of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Authorities tracked him to New York from Colorado, and they found a loaded gun and ammunition inside his Bronx apartment.
Were there a lot of people living in that apartment?
We had a few kids. I would say it's like 5 on
This is not a game. This is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE, and to have that type of interference puts our officer at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the areas at great risk, because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the goal here. So
It is in this ever-intensifying atmosphere that ICE agents' field tactics, specifically what places are off limits, once again dominates the collective conversation about where migrants can feel safe in New York City.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP, so you can superfan from your sofa. YouTube Premium, it's way more than ad-free. Try 1 month on us.
So as activists lose their minds, many New Yorkers are happy they're no longer losing their communities to criminals. And what none of these people will tell you is that every immigration position they say they're against has the potential to not only make our city safer, but to benefit the very immigrant communities they say they're sticking up for. For example, with President Trump signing the Laken Riley Act, anyone in the country illegally must be held in federal custody if they're accused of theft or a violent crime, something New York City's legal system will not do. In fact, we release our violent criminals, which is why we've got problems with out-of-control shoplifting, rampant robberies, and subway crime. Our legal system sees these as non-jailable misdemeanor offenses, which means instead of people going to jail, they get unlimited second chances to reoffend, something these gang members immediately get to work on after nothing happens to them. However, that's about to change because ICE is here. They're making arrests, and if you're a member of New York City's criminal community with an immigration violation, this sanctuary city may be the wrong place to live unlawfully. Which brings us to the real reason why all of these activists are so upset about this. To them, open borders are more important than criminal records, even if the people with criminal records tend to prey upon the working class and law-abiding immigrants the most. Something gangs like Tren de Aragua from Venezuela start doing almost as soon as they get here, embedding themselves in a local community where they go about afflicting those around them who they see as human capital to be best used for furthering their gang's ambitions, which is why they traffic everything from products to people along our streets and sidewalks. But as you're about to see, even though many New Yorkers are happy that their neighborhoods are now safer, our leaders are gearing up to do things that will protect dangerous criminals no matter what it costs them. So here we are at the Roosevelt Hotel, New York City's flagship shelter for asylum seekers in Midtown. And although our leaders act as if their immigration resistance movement exists for all immigrants, there are some immigrants living in this very facility who wish it didn't, because they're living in a building next to gang members, and they don't want their kids getting sucked into the criminal underworld. But in the name of resistance, our leaders have a plan to flood nonprofits with money that's going to be used to help immigrants resist these deportation efforts. But since these deportation efforts are only focused on criminals, it looks like some of the gang members living in places like this might get to stay.
We will stand together against hate and attacks that seek to divide us.
The New York City Council is providing more than $2 million in emergency funding to nonprofits helping immigrant communities.
So it looks like our leaders have decided that the best way to resist President Trump is to flood nonprofits with money that they can then go and use to advocate for immigrants. Never mind, these nonprofits do such a great job advocating that after people get evicted from a hotel like this, they end up living in a tent somewhere because they couldn't find a job or provide for themselves, despite the billions of dollars in funding that have gone to every organization who says they care. Which is too bad, because the people they claim to care about end up getting trapped in a never-ending cycle of poverty that just won't stop, and it all starts from the moment they move into one of these facilities. These shelters, they might feed and house and clothe people, but they don't employ those people. They don't give them any tools for success. And now that we know gang members are living in places like this, it's obvious they don't keep immigrants safe either. And as you're about to see, all of this activism does nothing but protect a dangerous status quo that's invading neighborhoods all over town, filling them with the types of gang activity nobody running New York ever thought would make its way here. And even though everyone knows it's here, right here in this building, since we don't like Trump over here in New York, we're going to do everything we can to protect those criminals.
This all comes on the heels of Tuesday's multi-agency operation in the Bronx, Washington Heights, and Queens. 12 targeted criminals were arrested, including an alleged ringleader of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Authorities tracked him to New York from Colorado, and they found a loaded gun and ammunition inside his Bronx apartment.
So while ICE is out there taking down gang members who are living in apartments next to families with children, sometimes even having children inside their own apartments, instead of our leaders offering to help get those gang members out of our communities, they're spinning this all around as if it's an attack on every every single immigrant that lives here, which it's not. It's the gang members that are attacking immigrants, and when police remove them from a community, whether it's the NYPD or ICE, that asylum shelter, that neighborhood, it is now safer, and the people who do live there are in better hands. Yet for some reason, our leaders are under the impression that law enforcement activity and immigration are somehow toxic to one another. Yet it is the absence of law enforcement that empowers the criminals who are making a living off the backs of everyone around them, while putting their neighbors and everyone who lives with them in danger.
We have a lot of people living in an apartment. Yeah, we had a few kids. I would say like 5, I would say.
So this is one of the neighbors of a Trinidad gang member who was taken down by ICE in an early morning raid. And the New York Post is interviewing about what it was like living next to them. He says there were small children and other people living in this apartment with this person. Everyone in that building was in danger. But ICE raid in that building was a good thing. That building, everybody there, they're now safer. Yet somehow this is an attack on everybody? I don't think so. The neighbors are thrilled these criminals are off the streets, out of their building, out of their neighborhoods for good now. And look at this map. These raids are taking place in the Bronx and in Queens. These raids are not taking place in the city's richest zip codes, which certainly helps explain why pampered progressives have a misguided view of all this and are calling it an attack on everyone. And to anyone looking at this with a reasonable viewpoint, there's no way that could possibly be true. But there's something else that our leaders are very upset about.
Mayor Eric Adams says he directed the NYPD to coordinate with federal authorities for this operation because the targets were wanted criminals, and so the cooperation did not violate the city's sanctuary city laws.
Working with the mayor of New York City was fantastic. I talked to him 4 or 5 times last night about what we were doing in our operation.
Oh, no, you can't do that. You can't be the mayor of a sanctuary city that harbors gang members and then work with a president who's a Republican to get rid of them. Big no-no. Even though one of these gang members is described as the leader of the gang that took over apartments in Colorado, capturing the country's attention. And when we talk about this resistance movement, it's important to understand what started it. It's this memo that was issued by the mayor, a memo which tells city employees not to actively resist federal agents if they show up at a city-run site and those employees feel threatened, which isn't crazy at all. In fact, it's a crime to impede a federal investigation and harbor a criminal. However, all of these protests forced the mayor's office to release this new set of protocols for interactions with non-local law enforcement, which basically instructs city employees to tell federal agents that if they don't have a warrant to take a hike. But the mayor's also very clear that this does not contradict his prior instructions for city employees not to get in the way of armed federal agents who may be carrying out actions that are perfectly within the law.
We're not going to tolerate it anymore. This is not a game. When we show these sites, this is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and all the DOJ agencies. To have this type of interference puts our officers at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the ball.
So let's imagine that ICE goes into a building looking for a dangerous gang member. That person, if they're armed, which they often are, if they know that ICE is coming and they decide to resist, things could get dangerous for other people who are in that apartment or in that building. And in the case of a city-run housing facility, you're putting families in danger, some of whom have little kids. And that's why it's so bad that people like this are in our communities. Their presence there puts the community at risk from their activities and also from what they might do when it comes time to arrest them. Yet we want to fight ICE, even though the reality is that these enforcement actions make the world a better place because there are now less gang members roaming around in it. And some of these advocates, they're out there getting people riled up, getting them to chant that they're going to stand up and fight back. That's a little radical, and I get that this is a sanctuary city, but at some point we've got to realize that it's one thing not to cooperate with the federal government, but it's quite another to tell city employees or people in general to actively resist the federal government. That's just dumb activism, and it's making everyone less safe. Yet none of that is stopping the leaders of this resistance movement from twisting around the truth and instilling fear in the hearts of everyone who lives in our city. So probably the biggest falsehood being spread about these ICE-related crackdowns is that they're bad for everybody in New York, no matter who you are, that they make our city less safe. And the people adhering to this line of thinking are so set in it. There is no room for negotiation. And every single time you hear about an ICE-related crackdown of a gang member, they say that this is just the first step towards rounding up everybody, which means there must be political gain behind lawmakers trying to scare everyone.
Critics are now pointing to this as just the latest troubling behavior by Mayor Adams, who showed willingness to work with the Trump administration.
The mayor and the president see millions of people, not only in this city, but across the country as expendable.
So the resistance movement says this is just about removing people from our country for no reason. But that's not what ICE or anybody in charge of this says.
I looked at the numbers this morning. ICE has already arrested just short of 12,000 people in this country. Vast majority are criminals, public safety threats. And that's what we're trying to do. And for any mayor or governor who doesn't want public safety threats removed from the communities, I find it hard to believe that. But we're going to do it. We're going to allow them.
So ICE says one thing, the protesters say another, but what is reality showing us? Reality is showing us that we have a small number of ICE agents who are out in the field engaging in these targeted operations. These are not mass roundups. In fact, as of the filming of this video, there has not been an ICE presence at any of these asylum shelters. Now, that eventually might change, but ICE has said they're going after the worst first, like that gang leader who was in an apartment with a weapon and other people. Which brings up a very interesting point, because the thing that has activists fuming is that ICE would arrest anybody who's not a gang member. But who exactly is it that's living with a gang member and is an adult? Are they also gang members we just don't know about yet? Are they somehow helping or harboring that criminal, giving them a place to hide? And this guy was a gang ringleader. He wasn't nobody. How could the people living with him have had no idea about that, especially when he was keeping weapons in the house? The only way for activists to be upset about this is if they're not asking the right questions. They're all upset about the idea of collateral arrests, yet they're not concerned at all why somebody would be living with gang members or other criminals.
There's one couple with about 5 kids that were living with them. I don't know if it was a couple, but I know a woman, a few kids, and somebody in their 50s. Okay. Male in their 50s. Okay. That I've seen. But you never know.
So one way of looking at this raid was that a whole bunch of people had ICE agents in their apartment for absolutely no reason. Another way of looking at it is that you had little kids that were living with gang members and now don't have to anymore. They may have been rescued, and no one's curious about why those children were in that apartment. Whose children were they? And who was the older person living in that apartment, and what was their connection to this whole thing? And what's crazy is even the armed criminals like this are living in our communities. Our leaders are getting people all riled up and all scared. And some people, they take them at their word. They may say, you know what, I'm going to actively resist federal agents if they come to my building. That would be terrible. More people are just going to be in danger if this goes down.
What we're going to do with the present promise American people, we're going to make our communities safer by targeting those who are in the country leaving that have criminal record or public safety threat. That's what we're doing. But if you force us into the community and not let us get the bad guy in jail, that's going to put the community at risk.
So there it is. ICE is not coming for everyone. They're coming for criminals. But if they find people who are with criminals at the time of arrest, and those people are in the country unlawfully, they're also going to get arrested. And what's crazy is the border czar says that collateral arrests are actually going to be more common in New York because the city will not cooperate with ICE. For example, if a dangerous individual is held in a county jail and a sanctuary city will not let ICE agents in or won't tell ICE that that person's there, that person's going to end up getting released. They're going to go back to their apartment, back to their shelter, back to their community, put everybody in danger, and then ICE is going to have to go get them when they're in public and maybe armed, which wasn't the case when they were behind bars. Yet here we are with activists who run our city telling everyone that communities are less safe when the gang members are taken away from them. An idea that literally makes no sense. In fact, every single position that these advocates are taking is just going to continue making the city more dangerous. And if anything, this is a sanctuary city. Activists have had their chance to prove that they're on the right side of history. But here we are, just a couple of years after the asylum crisis started, and we've got gangs living throughout our city, being propped up and protected by our legal system. And nobody who's brought this upon us wants it to change. Do you think it should change? How would you change it? Do you think the border czar's on the right track? Do you think that these ICE raids are bad for New York City? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
been listening here on the Senate floor as senators continue to put their votes into motion right now. I am still joined by my colleague Andrew Kraft, who has been following this and other Senate confirmations that have been happening on the floor. Andrew, you have some news here from within the floor.
Yeah, so Mike, I had just said all eyes will be on McConnell. So McConnell just voted yes on the Patel confirmation. Now, there were 2 Republican no's, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Susan Collins of Maine here. And we saw Murkowski and Collins also vote no against the Hegseth confirmation. And that was somewhat to be expected. Collins had told us before the vote took place that she would be voting no. So I was just kind of bringing up, Mike, some of the blowback or supposed blowback that some of these Republican senators might face when they're up for re-election. Like I said, Collins will be up for re-election in 2026. It remains to be seen if there will be any electoral consequences, whether or not some in the Republican Party might support primary efforts, say, against her. And that was also somewhat of the concern with former Senate Minority and Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, that he was really drawing the ire of some of these Republican senators in his own conference that he led for about 20 years, saying that McConnell was not getting on board, that McConnell had always preached a sense of unity within the conference itself, and yet during some of these confirmation votes, he was bucking the trend. He voted against RFK Jr., he voted against Tulsi Gabbard, and he voted against Pete Hegseth, though in this case, he just voted for Kash Patel. So I think that is just some of the electoral considerations at play, which I think are really interesting. But let's get back to Patel himself. How might he lead the FBI? And like we were reporting, I don't think this is news to many watching, that Kash Patel is a deep, deep critic of the institution.
I want to pivot back to Bloomberg here. They're talking about DeepSeek.
So the thing about DeepSeek software here is you can run this on a Microsoft cloud, and in fact, Amazon AWS, Microsoft, Google, they have integrated DeepSeek as part of their cloud offering. So now the model isn't being run on any Chinese servers. The model is being run on US hyperscale clouds. And even though it's a Chinese model, all the data related to that for inferencing and everything is stored in US servers. So to my mind, every US model provider will double down on open source. They will have an open source model. In fact, Grok 3 that was released this week, they said the previous version of their model will be open source. I expect OpenAI to do the same, and Anthropic and everyone else who is in this race will want some form of an open source model to be out there to build a community, because that's what DeepSeek is doing, and they have been quite successful at it since the time they published this paper.
And again, it's just about a month ago when we all learned about DeepSeek, and we saw a huge drop in a lot of technology names, most notably NVIDIA. But man, again, we're just looking at the chart. It looks like NVIDIA's gained back most of what it lost there. How's the market digesting DeepSeek these days, and what risk it may, represent to kind of the AI growth story?
Yeah, look, everyone feels like this is positive for AI adoption. So in terms of inferencing demand, this should catalyze more, AI deployments, more inferencing. The one, I would say, question mark that still remains is what happens to companies that were building large clusters for training? And, Grok 3 was trained on over 100,000 GPUs. Now, there were talks about building a 1 million GPU cluster. Do they still go ahead in pursuit of building that largest GPU cluster, or do they focus more on, inference scaling and reasoning models, which is what the DeepSeek, I think, approach really focused on? So, to my mind, and that has a big impact on a company like NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is the only game in town when it comes to training. But when it comes to inferencing, there are other chip options. And that's where I think we'll find out when NVIDIA reports, what is their kind of most current view on training-related CapEx for this year.
You're a technology analyst. for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from New York via Zoom here. Looking at NVIDIA stock, it's up 3.5% year to date. Over the trailing 12 months, it's doubled, folks. It's up 106%. So again, it got a big hit to its valuation, more than 20% when that DeepSeek news broke, but it's now regained most of that loss. So we'll see how this plays out here. Again, just looking at the tech-heavy NASDAQ today, off 150 points, that's 3/4 of 1%. WTI crude oil down 2%, sitting right at $71 a barrel, so a little bit of a pullback there. And gold, pretty steady here, $2,937.
All right, I want to pivot over to CNBC. They're saying there's no signs of recession based on Edward Jones.
Mona Mahajan, Edward Jones, senior investment strategist, joins us now. Mona, it's great to see you, and that's exactly where I want to start, because we had 2 years of just torrid gains for the S&P 500, and right now it seems like investors have a wall of worry to climb. So, not surprising to see a little bit of a pullback or some skittishness here?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great call out. And look, 2 years of 20% plus gains in the S&P 500, and we've actually started the year remarkably well. The S&P is on pace for about a 3.5% gain thus far this year. 10 of the 11 sectors of the S&P 500 are positive for the year. And this is probably underpinned still by an economy that continues to deliver. So we are continuing to see, for example, GDP now at 2.3% for the first quarter of the year. We continue to see earnings growth. You know, Q4 was probably around 16%, the highest year-on-year earnings growth figure since 2021. And of course, the labor market thus far continues to show signs of resilience as well. So all good signs for continued positive economic growth. To your point, though, do we see the potential for some softening? The uncertainty around tariffs probably does put that to the forefront. But we've also seen companies, bellwethers like Walmart, provide a little bit of cautious guidance. We've seen retail sales come in softer than expected. So there are some signs of a potential softening in the economy, but barring an outright downturn or historically Fed rate hikes, which neither of which we see on the horizon, we think the underpinnings of this bull market remain intact.
Okay, so the soft data we got this morning, including flash PMIs, existing home sales that are a little weaker than expected, and consumer sentiment, doesn't sound like that's bothering you here. We're talking a lot about the broadening out of this rally. What would you be buying right now, right here?
Yeah, look, I think the theme for 2025 has to be diversification. If the theme of 23 and 24 was narrow portfolios, mega cap tech, what we'd say is in the US, we continue to like both large cap and mid cap, but this is really across growth and value sectors. So when you look at earnings growth for 2025, it's really going to be driven by tech and non-tech parts of the market. That we think supports the ongoing broadening of sector leadership. We also, within the investment grade bond portfolio, look, yields are around 4.5% still on a 10-year treasury. So for those of us that are maybe nearing retirement or looking for income, that is a pretty good 10-year, almost risk-free yield to lock in. If we get above 4.5% again, could be a good time to extend duration as well. And international equities, they have started to show some signs of life. We still continue to see outperformance coming longer term from the US, but the idea of diversifying and having some exposure to those parts of the market as well really has paid off thus far this year.
Yeah, best start for Europe in several years. Mona, these regional Fed surveys all week. Empire prices paid, 2-year high. Philly Fed prices paid, 2-year high. Just now, UMich 5 to 10-year inflation expectations, highest since 95. I just wonder whether you think directional yields are set to go higher rather than lower in the near term.
Yeah, look, I think the inflation story continues to remain one of, we haven't yet reached the Fed's 2% target. And we are getting, we have been moving in the right direction. We, of course, on headline CPI, we're at 9% in June of 22. We're back down to about 3%. But we do think we could remain range bound in this kind of 2.5% to 3.5% inflation environment. The good news probably, though, even with the potential for tariffs on the horizon, we don't see a return to kind of a 4% plus CPI environment. In fact, you look at the Fed research, 2018, 2019, with the tariff environment, inflation was up 10 to 30 basis points, growth fell 30 to 50 basis points. So there is this idea that you could get perhaps some elevated inflation, but not back to the magnitude that we've seen in recent history. And we think markets can continue to perform well in that environment.
Okay, Mona, thanks for joining us.
All righty, let's take a look at.
Let's welcome Virginia Congressman and member of the House.
I want to go to RT. I don't know if they're in commercial break or not. I think they are. So we'll go back to Bloomberg, and then once RT recycles, we'll go to them.
It's away from DEI, but I think there's a lot of nuance to it and exactly what that means.
Let's talk about that nuance because, like you said, yeah, the pendulum swings. We know that companies have hired people in charge of DEI. I've seen a lot of marketing campaigns that had to do with it, and now seeing less of that. But what are the actual kind of changes that you're seeing post-Trump that corporate America is responding to?
Well, some of the changes have been just eliminating references to the acronym or to that set of terms. Meta, for example, it had a chief diversity officer. She's still there. She's just in a different title. Same thing when you look at a bunch of companies, they'll name them something different, maybe move them within HR, maybe give them a broader role. So that's certainly been one thing. One of the big things, and we saw this with Citi yesterday as well, was these aspirational diversity targets. So plenty of companies after the murder of George Floyd said, we don't employ enough people of color. We are trying to, we're going to get up to 30% by 2025 in this division of our workforce is going to be, Black workers. That's reflective of our, people of color. That's reflective of our underlying customer base. That specifically is something that many lawyers see now as legally risky. Even if they're non-binding, that looks a little too much like quotas, which themselves are very, there's some discrepancy, but mostly prohibited. Another thing, mostly companies have removed programs that only allow people of, Hispanic people to apply to an internship or fellowship program. Now it's open to everyone. Some of this has been ongoing ever since the Supreme Court decision that overturned affirmative action. So there's definitely been a groundswell of getting rid of anything that's remotely legally risky.
Stephen Miller, who is now the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, he's historically been pretty active in these anti-DEI efforts. How much influence is he having, do you think?
I'm sure he's having influence. This is all sort of his brainchild. Okay. But it's there are several conservative activists here who really are leading this playbook. It's not, from what we understand, necessarily being driven by just one person. There's a broad agreement among several people in the Trump administration that DEI should go away. But I think there's also an acknowledgement, and I was on a webinar by an anti-DEI activist yesterday who was acknowledging that, well, once all this stuff rebrands, he was telling listeners, we still have to go after it. It's just going to look different, and so now we're going to have to figure out what it is.
Something similar to ESG investment that has been rebranded in several
Net
different
zero, climate focused.
Yeah.
ESG, DEI, all these woke programs, even EVs, they're just not sustainable. And not only that, they're trying to convince you to change your consumer behavior because BlackRock has positioned themselves to make a lot of money if you change your consumer behavior. Don't change, and BlackRock won't get rich. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the products that are on my store that I use on a regular basis to improve my health and wellness. I have the new packaging for the structural nano silver drops. You get 100 count in each bag. You can get it in honey and lemon, blueberry, and in cherry. All right. So when you order these drops, you'll get the new packaging. I haven't updated my website in terms of the graphics, but you get the new packaging, the same high quality as before. It's just new packaging. Please go to my store, get the structural nano silver drops. The moment you have that irritation, take them right away. Have some at work, have some at home, just in case you start having that irritation. Knock it out during the cold season or during the allergy season. I also have lozenges, which are bigger. You get it in a 21 count in each bag. You can get Manuka honey or elderberry zinc. Get a couple bags for your household. Use them the same way as the drops. Take them right away when you have that irritation in your throat for the allergy season or the cold season. But be prepared. You got to have them on your possession. You have to have them at work, in your bag, at home. So when you do start having that problem, you can knock it out right away. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver lozenges and drops. Another great product that I have to reduce the load on your pancreas is a digestive enzyme complex. As you get older, your pancreas doesn't work as well. I don't care how healthy you are, and probably I'm healthier than you. So even my pancreas doesn't work as well. So digestive enzyme complex helps to break up your carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, helps you to absorb that energy and reduce the load on your pancreas. If you're an athlete, either younger or older, you still should be taking digestive enzyme complex for your pre or post workout fueling. So you're reducing the load on your pancreas, you're breaking up that fuel, that pre or post workout fueling, and you're going to recover quicker because you just provided your body with the enzymes that it needs to break up the carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This also has bromelain in it, and bromelain helps to break up clots. That's the reason why I kept on saying, oh, by the way, take digestive enzyme complex during the 2020 era. Oh, now if you listen in between the lines, I tell you exactly what to do. And then you got a celebrity doc saying the same thing now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. Oh, by the way, it also breaks up glycoproteins. And we know all about glycoproteins from 2020.
After an explosion at the resort in West Maui, Bitchute was there when it happened.
We were swimming down in the pool down at the Sheridan, and suddenly there was just like this huge, like earth-shaking boom. Like you could tell it wasn't like a firework or something somebody planned.
The latest on the hook from CBS's Vicky Barker at the foreign desk in London.
Francis has now been in the hospital for a week, being treated for pneumonia and a complex respiratory infection. Vatican officials say he got out of bed to eat breakfast this morning, and he continues to keep up a light work schedule. But it is not clear when he'll be cleared to return to his quarters in the Vatican.
The Pope's doctors say he's not out of danger, but his illness is not life-threatening. Wall Street, the Dow has lost 372. NASDAQ is down 148. This is CBS News.
Okay, I'm gonna pivot over to RT here.
But that meeting didn't happen for the following reason.
Here's the thing, we don't get our money back. And we told them that the deal is we'll do something for the rare earth and some oil, etc., etc., and then it'll be all right. And they agreed to it more or less. And then Scott Bessent actually went there and was treated rather rudely because essentially they told him no, and Zelensky was sleeping and unavailable to meet him. He traveled many hours on the train, which is a dangerous trip. And we're talking about the Secretary of the Treasury. He went there to get a document signed. And when he got there, he came back empty. They wouldn't sign the document.
But what a twist. UK, in fact, had already had an agreement with Ukraine beforehand, meaning this obviously would upset Washington a lot. And it appears that Zelensky actually fooled Washington in this deal, as he already had one with the UK.
It also cements the UK as a preferred partner for Ukraine's energy sector, critical mineral strategy, and green steel production.
And there's also an official UK-Ukraine 100-year partnership declaration in which it states, and I'm going to quote this, that one of the goals is to support the development of a Ukrainian critical minerals strategy to support the maximization of benefits from Ukraine's natural resources, meaning UK will take advantage of Ukraine's resources. The 100 agreement with the UK that had a secret part in it was actually speaking about the minerals, because Zelensky was actually openly talking about it himself.
There was a visit of the British Prime Minister, the signing of the 100-year partnership agreement. This is a fundamentally new format of relations. The closest relations are now between Ukraine and Britain. There is also a secure, secret part of the agreement. Everything that really adds to our resilience and the opportunity to
So now, see, Zelensky is now trying to put a wedge between the UK and Trump, as Trump is trying to de-escalate the Ukrainian war and perhaps integrate Russia into the G8 again and reduce sanctions or eliminate the sanctions. Zelensky is playing a dangerous game with Trump. Dangerous game. So Zelensky asked for all this money and then said that he was going to agree to some sort of mineral right exchange to help pay for what we have given Ukraine for the war, and then backstabs Trump. Do you think that's going to play really well with a New Yorker? A New York real estate guy? I don't think so. Zelensky is playing a dangerous game. And not only that, the UK made a tactical error in this. Wow.
Happened, saying that the open display of bodies and coffins is disrespectful and degrading, which is against international laws. Washington issued a stark warning to Hamas, and also the Israeli finance minister is now calling for an immediate continuation of the IDF's military operations in Gaza, posting in social media that he thinks Hamas sees the ceasefire as Israel's weakness. Now, on its behalf, Hamas says that the reason why forensics couldn't confirm the identity of that woman is because she, along with both her children, were killed by an IDF airstrike on the building where they were being kept. And they say perhaps her remains got mixed up with the remains of other victims. And Hamas is now actually asking Israel to return the body so they can conduct a thorough investigation. At the same time, Hamas announced the names of 6 Israeli hostages set to be released tomorrow in exchange
and
for
it was a stupid move for Zelensky to do that, because if we had an agreement with the mineral rights for them to help pay us back with the money that we gave them, there would be an incentive for the U.S. to maintain peace and prosperity in that region, so the flow of those minerals are not cut off through some sort of war. There was an incentive for the United States to provide security if something happened, even though that it's a bad idea to have the Ukraine get put into NATO. I'm against that. But if we had interest with mineral rights to get the money that we gave them paid back, there is this incentive to help Ukraine if in need, because there's a financial incentive. Now he's taken that away, which was really stupid, because you think that the UK is going to support Ukraine when the shit hits the fan? Probably not. They can't. They don't even. The military isn't big enough to do it. So that was a strategic problem, the strategic error by Zelensky. But UK trying to put a wedge in the foreign policy for Trump to try to de-escalate the problem between Russia and Ukraine was a dumb idea. Now, what this seems like is that there's a deep state, there's a national security state that's working behind the scenes. It's not helping Trump, it's trying to hurt Trump, that's aligning themselves with the European Union and with England to continue on this expansionism of NATO. Ukraine needs to pay back what we gave them.
With the biggest cheater and the biggest liar in the world. He keeps lying to cover up his responsibility for killing the Israeli prisoners, who he could have saved if he had agreed to the ceasefire agreement back in May. He is also responsible for the death not only of these Israeli children, but also the death of 17,500 Palestinian children.
All right, let's
by the way, will
let's
they
shift to
deliver
Bloomberg.
Palestinian
Senate passes budget bill after overnight vote-a-rama. So let's get the balance of power take on this.
As a plan B yesterday? Yeah, it happened. But before you get real excited, I want you to take a look at what Terry Haynes is saying about this whole thing. This week's good news, bad news. On the tax cuts bill, on net markets positive. But here's the problem. Terry says you're going to have to wait a long time. Remembering, of course, the government's going to run out of money in the middle of March. Terry Haynes says markets will not see a final tax cut bill action until the second half of the calendar year, probably not the fourth quarter. Same basic timetable as 2017. So what does that mean? Markets think things as negative like tariffs will front run by months the positive parts of the Trump economic agenda. So what's Wall Street going to look like by then? Terry Haynes joins us right now, the founder of Pangea Policy on Bloomberg TV and radio. Every now and then I get a crack.
But we're only worried about Wall Street. We're only worried about Wall Street. We don't care about Main Street at Bloomberg. We only worry about Wall Street.
See what I mean? Wall Street is willing to sell the Constitution for $1. Sell your safety for $1. Sell you down the river for $1. What about the overall health and prosperity of the nation?
Well, let's worry about Wall Street. Yeah, everything's about Wall Street.
Some of your colleagues have been opining and speculating, and seriously, I mean, they're reflecting markets by saying so. Is wondering what, where the tax bill is. And the president was inaugurated 1 month and 1 day ago, and Congress has been around for 2 weeks longer than that. This takes a while, as you well know, and the audience well knows, because there's lots of hoops to jump through, and including figuring out what the budget is, figuring out what the deficit is, and that's really the starting gun. Once they do that, then they get into the specifics on the tax bill, and that takes probably the second half of the year, just like 2017.
Yeah, how about that? History is our guide here, at least to some extent. This is a different political environment that we're in now. There's a much thinner majority for Republicans in the House. It could be one member at that point. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that goes when Elise Stefanik heads to the UN. But I just big picture, Terry, where's your head around this whole thing? We've got the House set to vote on something next week, and it seeks to cut Medicaid spending to help pay for the tax cuts. And we're already hearing a lot of outcry about this. Republican members have been home for the week. They're holding town halls. They're hearing concerns about DOGE in some cases going over the line, Medicaid. What are you going to do with my entitlements here? And it's going to make this a knockdown, drag out. I guess that's why you see it lasting all year. But who's going to win this fight between the Senate and the House?
Don't know yet, frankly. I thought Senator Graham was quite right to say everybody needs Plan B, and but Plan B may well turn into Plan A. There's no guarantee that, given the margins that you just ran down, that the House will end up having the votes for much of anything. I mean, we're not even to the point. This is how preliminary it is. We're not even to the point where the committees of jurisdiction, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, even get to start talking about exactly what sort of health efficiencies or cuts or anything else they might make, but they've got to make a lot of them. They're tasked to make a lot of them. So that is going to be a knockdown, drag out through the spring. And then on top of that, I think what shakes markets further in Washington confidence over the next few weeks is you're going to have a State of the Union address that'll be, a barn burner triumphalist. Going forward, you'll have a likely, I think, government shutdown. You've got debt ceiling looming out there, late spring, early summer. There's not going to be a lot of confidence in the next few weeks in markets that Washington or Trump specifically have got the goods to actually execute. Now, I think they do want the tax cut ultimately, but they're going to have to go through a trough first.
Boy, you just said a lot. By the way, this is exactly what Sarah Chamberlain mentioned last evening on Balance of Power, Republican Main Street Partnership. Yeah, shutdown looking like it may actually happen this time. But we've got a House resolution, Terry, that we're told is going to be on the floor next week. It includes instructions for the House Energy and Commerce Committee to find $880 billion in cuts. That's why we're talking about Medicaid and potentially some of the other entitlements. Can that pass? That actually goes to the floor next week?
Well, the budget resolution is on a knife edge right now. I think the budget resolution passes. What you just talked about in terms of Medicaid and all those kind of other sorts of things is implied in the amount of savings that they're asked to do, but nobody's telling them they have to find that amount. Nobody's telling Energy and Commerce they have to find that amount of savings in Medicaid. Somebody can vote on this thing, feel covered. But when Energy and Commerce comes back in a few weeks and says, here's how we're going to do this, that's really where the rubber meets the road. And, frankly, where I think some revolt happens. The phrase that keeps going around in my head is from Aaron Sorkin's A Few Good Men, where the colonel keeps getting asked by the prosecutor, by the defense, you said Santiago was not to be touched, and yet you said Medicaid was not to be touched, and yet here we are. It's going to get worse majority before it gets better, I think.
Terry Haynes, did you order the code red? I want you to walk me into the House chamber the night Donald Trump addresses a joint session of Congress. We'll call it State of the Union for the fun of it. It's basically the same deal. Decorum? Is this going to be a call and response like Joe Biden had going with the Republican Congress? What's Donald Trump walking into that night? It's going to be another circus, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, I thought Patrick McHenry on your program yesterday had it exactly right. It's going to be an awful lot like the UK Parliament's PMQs. And I won't belabor it, but McHenry is a keen observer, spot on about that. There's going to be a lot of yelling and screaming one way or the other, and there's going to be a lot of people screaming "you lie," except it's going to be the other party this time.
Boy, where's Congressman Wilson now? All right, well, Terry, the president's going to be speaking in a moment here. He's talking about 25% auto tariffs in our remaining 30 seconds. Do those ever see implementation?
I think eventually some of them do. I don't think 30% necessarily, but there will be a need to keep the pressure on. And we should always remember tariffs to this administration are a tool in service of a broader economic policy reset.
He's not only a friend of the program, but a friend of the entire network. There's only one Terry Haynes, the founder of Pangea Policy. Terry, it's good to see you. And thanks for being with us here to get the ball rolling on a Friday. Welcome to the buffet of news. I'll be your waiter for the next 2 hours. Kaylee Lyons will join as well here on Balance of Power. So
let's go to Fox, Fox Live, or Live Now. Malcolm X declassification documents are being called for by, I think, the foundation, the Malcolm X Foundation.
President Trump is quoted in his executive order as saying their families and the American people deserve transparency and truth. It is in the national interest to finally release all records related to these assassinations without delay. The president very aptly described our own demands here today to have the records declassified regarding the assassination of Malcolm X. As we said in the executive order, after 50 years, the John F. Kennedy Collection Records Act that was passed in 1992 said that the records could be released. Well, it's been more than 50 years since Malcolm X was assassinated. Today marks 60 years since the assassination of this great leader.
Because our national security state and the administrative state slow walks everything to make sure they are protected. You got to truncate the national security state because they are running rogue.
Transparency and truth, just as it is in the interest to finally release all the records related to his assassination without delay. JFK, RFK, MLK. We need to add Malcolm X. Why wouldn't we release Malcolm X's records if we're going to release the records of these other leaders who were assassinated? And I know there has been a lot made.
If the Democratic Party cared about the blacks so much, why are they keeping them on the urban plantation? Why didn't they issue these documents about MLK or Malcolm X? Because the Democratic Party doesn't care, but yet they want your vote. But the moment you don't vote in a block for the Democratic Party, they demonize you. Heaven forbid you vote for Trump. Get off the urban plantation if you keep on voting for Democrat, because they are not helping you. They are not helping you.
Hey, we are confident that these records will show that there was a deep state in the 1950s and the 1960s with J. Edgar Hoover at the helm that targeted American citizens. And specifically, they targeted African-American leaders like Martin Luther King, like Fred Hampton, like Huey Newton, and of course, they targeted Malcolm X. These records will lay that bare. And so, in this instance, more than
if these records get released, that's just another win for Trump, proving to the black community that he has done more for them than the Democrats. Are you tired of winning yet? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get these supplements that will help to boost up your immune system. It's something that I take every day. Take magnesium and zinc, boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one dose in the evening. Drink it with filtered water because it's water soluble. Vitamin C with magnesium boosts up your immune system. It also helps to improve your skin when it cross-links with collagen. It's a great way to boost up your immune system. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Drink it with filtered water because it's water soluble. Now, let's talk about the cross-linking with collagen. All right, I offer collagen on my store, very high quality collagen. It has a very large amino acid profile here that you can read up with the label. You can take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a very high quality collagen. Collagen is important for your skin, for your hair, for your nails, for your joints, for your ligaments, for your tendons, for your musculature, but also for your bone health. In terms of skin, it cross-links with vitamin C if you drink about 32 to 64 ounces of water a day. So taking the vitamin C every day, throughout the day, take filtered water, totaling about 64 ounces, and take 1 scoop of collagen in the morning. Mix it with soft foods or with filtered water, a smoothie. Some people mix it with milk. And you'll start cross-linking vitamin C with the water, with the collagen to improve your dermal layer. So that's going to improve your skin. But you get dual benefits with collagen. Improves your joints and improves your bones. There's a big scooper in here. Take it every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C with magnesium. Take it every day for your immune system and for your skin. And take the collagen for your bones, for your joints, for your musculature, for your skin, nails, and hair. I like providing dual products so you can target different systems at the same time. It's a win-win. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen, get the vitamin C, boost up your health and your skin. So use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All caps, discount 5 and $5 off any order, including anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes. And lastly, I want to talk about vitamin B complex. When you get older, you're going to need to protect your neurons and your energy levels start to go down. So you should be taking a B vitamin, a B complex, where you get lots of different B vitamins. The first 4 B vitamins are going to help with the electron transport chain in your mitochondria. That means that you're going to boost up your ATP, so you're going to have more energy. The other vitamins, B vitamins, helps with the metabolism of the cell. And B12 helps to protect your neurons. So when you get older, you want to boost up your energy, improve your cellular metabolism, and protect your neurons. It's really important. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking this vitamin B complex on top of the other vitamins and minerals and supplements that I'm offering to get healthy. Please take my advice. When you're young, you need to take care of your neurons. Once you get to a certain age, they start to the health of those neurons start to decline. Even if you're healthy, all right, you want to protect those neurons so you do not have problems in your geriatric years. You want to mitigate those issues. So please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. All right, let's go. They're to Bloomberg. They're talking about Elon Musk.
Totally unserious. I mean, he's on stage. He's got the chain. You can't hear what he's saying. Partly because he seems to have trouble finding his words at times, but also because the chain is rattling against the microphone. And yet he's doing all kinds of stuff. So again, it's both serious and unserious at the same time, I'd say.
Well, so you said a couple of things there, referring to his, I guess, erratic behavior, we'll call it. He was having trouble stringing words together in a couple of moments last evening. That might just have been the mood he was in. He's not a public speaker by trade. He's not Donald Trump, but there have been questions about his sobriety, about his mental state. Can you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously have no idea what was going on in between his ears during that appearance. You know, I'll say, look, Elon Musk, as you said, is an unconventional guy. He's somebody who has publicly talked about his drug use. He famously smoked, took a hit of a joint on the Joe Rogan podcast years ago, and has talked about ketamine use for depression. He also talks about his own kind of mental health challenges all the time. I believe even during this appearance, it came up briefly, talking about his mind being a storm. And so look, like he's unconventional, and he's in some ways transparent, at least compared to like a typical political figure, and that's part of the appeal, I think.
So he's got actual other jobs. He runs some pretty important companies, including a massive government contractor, and of course, Tesla. We can get into Twitter and all the rest here, but his actions in Washington are impacting some consumer behavior. And I wonder if you see this becoming a detriment, for instance, to people who think it's a political statement to drive a Tesla.
Well, yeah, we're seeing that already. And I mean, you know, it's hard to know exactly how much politics is hurting Tesla's sales. You know, Tesla was growing very quickly for a long time. Growth has slowed dramatically. You know, the EV industry has also had, you know, bumps in the road and so on. But it really does seem like in the US and Europe, where a lot of Tesla sales come from, the sales are slowing down, and that slowdown has coincided with Musk's political profile raising. I also think there are potential political costs. We're starting to see just the beginnings of blowback on the right to some of this stuff. Now, you're not going to see this at CPAC. You know, you're talking about, you know, dyed-in-the-wool activists, people who really like Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But, you know, reports in a front-page story in the Washington Post about cabinet officials kind of privately grumbling. You know, Politico did a story about some Congress people sort of worrying. You know, each of these cuts has impact and will have political costs. You know, Bloomberg has a story today about how one of Musk's Doge employees who resigned after these eugenics reports, they expressed support for eugenics. He's back, and he's inside the Social Security Administration, right? Social Security affects a lot of people. You know, there's a good chance this is not going to be super popular when we get to the midterm.
Yeah, wow, all right. Tell me about his day-to-day to the extent that we know. Is he sleeping on the floor like he was at Twitter? Does he have some kind of a, you know, a penthouse pad he's living in Washington? Does he fly back and forth to Texas? Like, I don't understand how he does all of this stuff. How's he spinning all these plates at once?
Well, I mean, he's done this kind of thing for years, where he will focus in on one thing. So when Tesla was preparing to release the Model 3, that was its affordable sedan back in 2018, he claimed to be sleeping at the factory. When he took over X, he claimed to be sleeping at the X office, right? And he seems to sort of push everything aside. And right now, as you say, it's Doge. He has said that he is sleeping at the Eisenhower Executive Office building. I think Musk has a tendency to kind of play this stuff up. Like, it would not surprise me if he also had a hotel room or whatever. Right. But he really is. I mean, he is spending a lot of time on this, and of course, spending a ton of time just staying on Twitter and posting. I mean, you look at the schedule, it boggles the normal mind. I mean, it's a, you know, he's posting essentially nearly 24/7. So you got to ask yourself, like, when is this guy sleeping? And how is this going to affect his other companies?
This is exactly the conversation I wanted to have. And by the way, sleep deprivation may have a lot to do with his erratic behavior, right? This is something that we need to allow. Max, I know I'm asking you a lot of the same questions you're asking people in Elon Musk's orbit, but what's the end game here? I mean, does he just finally get bored, or I mean, how does he wrap this thing up? When the first year is done with Doge, he just moves back to Texas?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, right now he seems pretty committed, and there had been thoughts that this could be just a passing fixation or something like that, or perhaps Trump would get tired of him. That doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon. As you brought up, Trump's still kind of touting Doge.
Instead of just explaining what has happened, do an analysis. All he's doing is reverberating what has happened. You don't need that. You can have Surrey say that. Elon Musk and Trump are doing something that absolutely has to be done, or we will not have a country. We cannot continually go down the track of this indebtedness and the very high cost of the interest payments of that debt. We will go broke. They have to cut. And like Elon said, if you don't solve this problem, there will not be Social Security. If you don't solve this problem, there will be no Medicare and Medicaid. All these social programs that everyone, you know, these entitlement programs that have been instituted for decades, they won't be around. So we either do this right and we work all together to get this done. That means Democrats and Republicans, or this is going to fail. That's why he's putting so much effort into it. Just like when he was really worried that Tesla might go bankrupt, and he put everything on the line. This is something very similar to what happened in 2020. I said, you got to get onto the field. You got to get onto the battlefield, and you have to put all your effort into it. All of your effort into it, not half-hearted. And this is what it takes. Now, why can't their analysis senior reporter say something like that in like 1 minute or 2 minutes? It's just really simple. But that's the balance of power. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula helps you to get into cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. You need that to be well rested in the morning, to detoxify your central nervous system, and to consolidate memory. Sleep deprivation will lead to memory loss, building up of toxins that will lead to early onset of dementia, and you will not have the energies that you need. And not just that, your cortisol levels will be elevated throughout the day. And when that happens, what happens with cortisol is it comes in waves, all right, depending on the hour of the day. But if you get well-rested sleep, your wave form of cortisol is amplitudes are lower. But if you are chronically sleep deprived, your cortisol levels amplitudes are higher. That means that you're having a higher level of cortisol in your bloodstream throughout the day. That is immunosuppressive if it's chronic. And there's a lot of people that are sleep deprived. And you age faster, your immune system is weaker, and it's a spiral downward. So if you want to slow down aging and improve your immune system, you need sleep. You need good sleep. You don't want to oversleep, but you definitely don't want to undersleep. Please take this Good Night Formula. It has melatonin, tryptophan, passion flower, GABA. It has lots of different ingredients to help you have energy and to help you sleep better and to calm your nervous system, so you can have that deep sleep. Take it every day, and guess what? You're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia. You're slowing down aging. You're detoxifying your central nervous system. You're consolidating memory. You're gonna have better neuroplasticity. Please go to my store and get the Good Night Formula. Or don't do it. Have sleep deprivation, especially in your geriatric years, and age faster, and wither away in a chair, atrophying away, speeding up the aging process. And then you decide to, get up from the chair and walk to the kitchen, and you fall and break your hip because you have brittle bones. And then all of a sudden, 3 weeks later, you're dead. Now, what I just described is most people that are elderly. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Omega-3 helps to improve your cardiovascular health. It brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. It prevents red blood cells from sticking too much, so it reduces clot formation. And omega-3 helps to bring down systemic inflammation. So improve your cardiovascular health by taking omega-3 every day. By bringing down LDL levels, you don't have oxidized LDL, therefore you don't have plaque buildup. See how easy that works? Or do you want to take a statin? You want to listen to Dr. Paul Cottrell, or do you want to go down the road of heart disease and vascular disease and have to take a statin and eventually have your brain turn into Swiss cheese? Which way do you want to go? It's up to you. Either listen or don't listen. please go to my store and get the Myotrol. When you get older, you start to atrophy with muscle mass, and it's harder to build muscle. So Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle, helps to improve the mitochondrial health, so you'll have the ATP that you need. This stacks really well with Gladiator barley. All right, this is a great stack. Why? The Gladiator barley is a high density protein, super nutritious. It's a superfood. You can't buy this kind of barley at the grocery store. This is heirloom type stuff, high density. So if you want to gain muscle, take the Gladiator barley, take a half a scoop or a full scoop, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk or a smoothie. It's up to you. I mix it with soft foods. And taking the Myotrol together will build muscle and maintain muscle. The barley is the ingredients, the protein that your body needs to build the muscle. The Myotrol helps your body to gene express the creation of muscle. You need both. And you need to do resistance training to tell your body to go into a growth phase. You want to anabolize. It's called anabolization. So you want to anabolize. So you're weightlifting, you're taking the nutrients to build the muscle, and you're taking the supplement to help the gene expression to build the muscle. So when you do that, all those three things, taking the protein, taking the Myotrol, and doing the weight training, you're going to gain muscle mass. And quickly. Now, if you're older, this is a great way to build muscle and maintain muscle. If you're an athlete, younger or older, and you want to gain strength in your sport, this is a great combo. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the barley, the Gladiator barley, and the Myotrol. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off. You can take Myotrol just by itself and do weight training. That's okay too, especially if you're a carnivore. But you get better results. You get quicker results by also taking it with the barley.
After earnings, Booking Holdings, apparent travel brands such as Kayak and Priceline, are advancing. Shares of Booking Holdings up now by 2.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, taking us by the hand through the markets every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thank you, Charlie, the voice of not just Wall Street, but the New York subway. Great to have you with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, Sirius XM channel 121, and on YouTube. You can find us on YouTube right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. He's still talking. President Trump has been talking now for almost an hour and a half without interruption.
And the mainstream media before the election said that Trump is running out of energy and that he isn't going to be able to be president because he's going to have to sleep, and that he just doesn't have the same energy levels to. But the thing is they were doing projection. That was Biden, not Trump. Trump has done more as president than in this last, the last 4 weeks than the last 4 other presidents combined. Biden, Obama, Bush, and Clinton. You add up all 4 of them and what they did in their first 4 weeks, Trump's done more. Boom.
Donald Trump also pledges to drop illegal drug use by 50%, which is something he says could be done through an anti-drug ad campaign, paging Nancy Reagan. There's a lot more to talk about today, though, because something actually took place last evening.
I don't think those campaigns work, honestly. But you definitely have to disrupt the supply and the demand of this. Our society is all about bread and circus. Our society is all about, you know, self-gratification. And unfortunately, the legalization of this issue has destroyed people's lives and the society's productivity. There's going to be tons of pulmonary problems in the future because of all these idiots that have, you know, chronically used these drugs. But, you know, they should have known better. I don't feel sorry for them.
Signature political panel for their take on things. Rick and Jeannie are both with us on the Friday edition. Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst, and Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Was it worth it, Jeannie? Democrats kept them up all night. What do they have to show for it?
Well, Joe, first of all, you didn't let me in on what they had to eat and drink throughout the night. So I've been waiting with bated breath to see, did they have any fun during this Votorama? But it doesn't sound like.
I saw a lot of boxes of, what is it, We the Pizza? That's the place, right? The pizza. I may have seen some bottles of wine, but I won't go on the record.
Don't say anything. You know, the reality is that this came out the way we all expected it to, a party line vote. The Democrats did what they needed to do, which is ask Republicans to take some hard votes, and they took them. But the question now, there's several. Number one is, does Plan B become Plan A, or can the House really move forward with this one bill? And of course, the big thing that's hanging over all of this is Donald Trump's promise just the other day again, not to touch Medicaid, and the reality of the numbers, which make it very difficult to imagine how you can get to the trillions of dollars you need without touching Medicaid. And so that's what we're going to be waiting for. And all of the pressure and the onus is now on Mike Johnson, as it usually is.
A couple Republicans actually joined, I kid Jeannie, but a couple Republicans joined Democrats. Rick, you may not be surprised to see Susan Collins one of them, but Josh Hawley was the other, backing a Democratic amendment that would prohibit tax cuts for wealthy Americans if Medicaid funding is cut. Does that give us a sense of what might happen next in the House version?
Yeah, I think that Josh Hawley in this case is the canary in the mine shaft. I think, you know, he makes a point that is not lost on every Republican in the Senate, and part of the reason that they're doing this two-step reconciliation is because they agree with Donald Trump. They don't want to touch that Medicaid payment. And what's buried inside of the, you know, House strategy is, you know,
what's wrong with stopping the Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security fraud, especially ones that are dead, and cut the administrative burden? What's wrong with that? The end user isn't getting affected. The end user gets the same amount of money, maybe even more money.
Like the House Republicans have done. So it just reinforces the Senate strategy, frankly, as being more sound.
How about that, Jeannie? Speaker Johnson, you already said it's his work cut out for him. I mean, this could be impossible.
Okay.
What he says.
Breaking news. Adams judge orders probe of Trump and DOJ motion to dismiss case. So now there's a probe. So this sets in motion what Hochul is trying to do, that there's going to be this investigation, and then they're going to find whatever, and then they're going to try to push Adams out and then usher in, you know, a mayoral crisis in New York. And then through that, they're going to slow walk the whole deportation.
For these moderates is also they fear what is going to be the commercials that show that they were responsible for cutting Medicaid and services to their constituents so that the wealthy could get an extended and expanded tax cut. And that is not a winning message. And so Democrats are on one corner.
People like her on Bloomberg are saying the same thing with the Federal Reserve. Keep on cutting rates. Keep on cutting rates so we get hot money so we can pump up the market. But the most people won't benefit from it, only the wealthy. And through pumping more money into the system, it's inflationary. See?
Very damaging for Republicans in the midterm.
No,
We
it's
have
not.
breaking
No, it's
news
not.
here across
No,
in
it's
the
not.
terminal, and it brings us back to a story I believe the three of us were talking about right at this time yesterday, remembering that Judge Dale Ho was set to make a ruling on this effort by the Department of Justice to throw out the corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, which then set off this whole series of events involving the governor. The judge chose not to make a ruling yesterday and has just ordered a probe of Donald Trump's Department of Justice motion to dismiss the case. This is just breaking right now, and we're going to be learning more about it.
They're
through the
slow
day
walking.
here, Rick.
They're
But now that
slow.
the
They're
ruling has
slow
been
walking
made,
to try
the governor-
to prevent Trump from deporting people, and this is giving cover for Hochul to kick Adams out.
Hochul screwed this up. I think she, sticking her nose in New York City politics, should have decided to do one of two things. Yank the mayor and create a vacuum that can be filled through the election this year, or keep her nose out and criticize but stay put in Albany. The mess she's created now is sort of a halfway measure that upsets everybody, frankly, and may be completely scuttled by this judge's potential to undermine the Department of Justice's case, being thrown out. So this is a faster moving piece of information news than I think the governor probably predicted it would be, but her actions indicate that she's just not ready for prime time.
Well, you were very clear about that yesterday, and we see the headline in the New York Times, Jeannie. Facing Trump's threats, New York's governor adopts a Rambo attitude. She actually invoked Rambo yesterday. Sylvester Stallone saying that Trump would answer for drawing first blood. Does your opinion on her action here, her decision, change at all based on this judge's motion today?
The last I looked, Rambo actually voted for Trump.
The vanguard against the attacks by the president. I mean, to hear this and to think about the fact that New York State and New York City are now pitted off against the president of the United States in this way. This is a national, if not international story, what is going on here. I am very surprised that the judge came out, Judge Ho, and said that he is going to take more time. And this, I just heard this from you, Joe, so I haven't heard what he actually said, but keep in mind, we will hear attacks from this White House on Judge Ho. He used to work for the ACLU. They will describe him once again, like we have heard probably unfairly as far as I know, as somebody who is doing the bidding of Democrats and liberal Democrats in the city. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying we will hear that rhetoric. His role here was very limited. I'm not sure how you go forward as a judge and say that get more information, but can you require the DOJ to prosecute when they've said they don't want to? I'm hard pressed to imagine that's the case. But from the Democratic side, what we're hearing is many New Yorkers are saying,
Jeannie, for someone that is part of the Center for the Study of Presidency and Congress, Bloomberg contributor, why can't she use the phrase lawfare?
somebody to respond. So this is what they are getting, and I am very surprised that the judge said he's going to take more time on this.
Yeah, we're going to have a probe into this effort, apparently. The guardrails, Rick, that Kathy Hochul announced following our talk yesterday when we heard that some sort of sanction might be coming, include a special IG for New York City Affairs and Inspector General. Also gives the controller, who we had on the late edition of Balance of Power last evening, an independent authority to commence litigation against the federal government when necessary. New York's going to start suing here. What's this going to look like?
A bit of a mess. You wonder why Kathy Hochul didn't spend more time attacking the Biden administration when COVID restrictions incapacitated her city and a lot of people moved down to Florida or when the, incredible amount of financial distress caused by inflation created hardship for her constituents.
What about being set on fire on the MTA? Don't forget that, Rick.
Yeah, let's go sue the federal government, knock yourselves out, as if there aren't enough lawsuits against the federal government right now today, probably more than I've ever seen in 50 years in the first month of this administration. Hadn't slowed down a bit. So look, I mean, this idea of guardrails, so we're going to have an IG with no real power to start taking a look at Eric Adams. Everybody knows what Eric Adams has been up to. I mean, this has been the most well-publicized corruption incident in New York City history, and news traveled fast on this, and he's in the position.
Let me get this straight. Porn star payments as a legal expense is illegal, and getting an upgrade on Delta to business class is warranting the takedown of a mayor when he had that benefit or exercised that benefit before he was even mayor. Amazing. It's just amazing. All right, let's pivot over to MSNBC and listen to Morning Joe. But before we do that, we're going to need to lower our inflammation because we're going to get inflamed from listening to Morning Joe. To lower your inflammation, all kidding aside, to really lower your inflammation, your chronic inflammation, take turmeric. This is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, but it also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. It brings down inflammation. Ashwagandha root also brings down inflammation, controls cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. This is a great stack to take to boost up your immune system and your cardiovascular health. By bringing down inflammation, your immune system will be better off because cortisol levels, elevated cortisol levels, are immunosuppressive. You don't want that. You want to bring down those cortisol levels. So take this stack, bring down that inflammation, and by bringing down inflammation in your vascular system, you're reducing plaque formation. Now, to supercharge this stack, take lignans. Now, you can take lignans by itself, but this stack is really powerful here. Take lignans, it's a powder, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or a smoothie, it's up to you. There's a small scooper here, take one a day, take it every day, and it's going to help your endocrine system and your immune system. It's going to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. And if you work out, you'll also notice that when you take this stack, you're recovering quicker. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lignans, take it every day, and get the turmeric and the ashwagandha stack. Take that every day, and you're improving your immune system and your vascular system. Reduce that plaque, really important. A lot of people don't realize that in the United States, around age 16, you start having vascular disease. Yeah. Well, DrPaulCottrell, I don't have high blood pressure at age 16, or I don't have all this, any signs of, any cardiovascular disease. It starts at age 16, and it's called a yellow streak, and it's caused by inflammation and slight damage of the intima of the vascular system. And over time, you're going to have those LDLs that oxidize and they get embedded into the vascular system, and your macrophages try to eat it up because your blood vessels don't want oxidized LDL there. And those macrophages will eat it up, and then they'll turn into foam cells, they'll harden and turn into plaque. And it all started when we were 16 years old. Alrighty.
I support President Trump, and I believe that most of his policies on national security are right. I believe his instincts are pretty good. But what I'm telling you, whoever believes that there is any space for Vladimir Putin in the future of a stable globe, better go to Ukraine, they better go to Europe, they better invest the time to understand that this man is a cancer and the greatest threat to democracy in my lifetime. So ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that Vladimir Putin is a liar, a murderer, and a man responsible for ordering the systematic torture, kidnapping, and rape of innocent civilians, believe me, because the evidence is mile high. If you believe that Ukraine is a country an ocean away and not relevant to our national security, think again. The world is small. The world is watching. The strength of our alliances are on the line, and the future of democracy in the world is on the line. If we do anything.
Senator, guess what? There's something called natural buffer zones. So there is peace in this world. And having an expansionary NATO reduces that buffer zone, AKA Ukraine, AKA between Western Alliance and Russia. If you shrink that buffer zone, either by Putin taking land or by bringing Ukraine into NATO, you are asking for a war. Senator, don't be an idiot.
As the defeat Vladimir Putin.
That is Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina on the Senate floor yesterday, actually saying the quiet part out loud.
Oh, let's listen to Morning Joe. Quiet part out loud. Meanwhile, he killed his intern or assistant. Well, he was a representative in Congress, but he got away with murder, literally. I wonder how many dollar bills slapped on the senator's desk from Lockheed Martin to make sure that the whole military-industrial complex kept on moving forward with their plan of more war, more NATO expansion, more poking the bear. How much money do you need, Senator? We're going to issue tens of thousands of dollar bills, all right? A $10,000 bill at a time. 10,000 enough? 20,000? How about 100,000? How much do you need, Senator? Because the war machine, we make a ton of money on. That's the bullshit that's happening. But Morning Joe's going to tell you the real story.
Concerns of the Senate floor, on the Senate floor, that most of his fellow Republicans are whispering in the GOP cloakroom, and what America's closest allies are voicing across Western democracies that stood by the United States of America in our fight against Nazism and Soviet communism. And also the same...
Morning, Joe. I had a great uncle that actually was an airborne in World War II shooting Nazis, and he liked it, all right? But America didn't win World War II by ourselves. The Soviet Union did a major part in that endeavor.
Is being voiced among Donald Trump's most loyal defenders in the media. Most this morning are still asking whether Mr. Trump's cruel positioning against Ukraine is merely some misaligned, some disastrous opening bid in negotiations.
Just remember where Morning Joe dips his paintbrush into Mika. And Mika is the daughter of Brzezinski. And Brzezinski screwed up foreign policy under the Carter administration.
Or a drastic realignment of U.S. foreign policy that will be more dangerous, more immoral, and encourage more Russian invasions across Eastern and Central Europe. Just ahead, we're going to show you how Donald Trump's national security advisor is now trying to explain the president's position, which is exactly the opposite of what his has been when he was a member of Congress. Good morning and welcome to Morning Joe. It's Friday, February 21st. With us, we have co-host of our fourth hour and contributing writer at The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire, Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist and associate editor of The Washington Post, Eugene Robinson. We have writer-at-large for The New York Times, Elizabeth Buehmiller, managing editor at The Bulwark, Sam Stein, and also we have the host of Way Too Early, Ali Vitale. And you know, Gene, we're going to get to Ukraine in a minute, but I just think we shouldn't let what Tom Tillis said go by without a comment off the top. What Senator Tillis said is actually publicly is what almost every Republican senator is saying privately. What almost every Republican House
I need to
member
pivot
is
because
saying.
Trump's speaking right now.
Since I've been in for 4 weeks, we've done more than they did in all of the period of time. And FEMA was a disaster. FEMA wasn't there. They didn't do the job. And it was a terrible, terrible situation. I've never seen anything like it. And then they actually, when they did get there, a very small group, they chose anybody with an American flag or the name Trump on the front of the house. They would sort of skip that house very nicely. And it was just a disaster. And we've done it the other way. And we're working with a very nice person that we've had good relationships. The newly elected Democrat governor, who's here, I assume, is he? Okay, thank you very much. We're working well together, very well together. We're not using FEMA so much, but it doesn't matter as long as we get the job done. But the people are becoming very happy. So I want to thank you very much. Great job. We are, and I'm of the opinion, I understand FEMA very well. We had a good situation with FEMA, but it was a very expensive thing to do. And I really believe when there's a natural disaster, hurricane, a tornado, or whatever it may be, you're very capable people. It's called, you fix it, you take care of it yourselves. You don't have to call some faraway state and have people planed in from areas that they have no idea. They come in from Alaska to help you in Florida. They say, well, this is hot here. This isn't, by the time they figure it out, everything would have been fixed. It's not a good situation. It's very expensive. You spend at least twice as much. They don't negotiate. They go out and hire local contractors and they have no idea who they are. And I'd rather have my governor from South Carolina, Henry. I'd rather have Ron. I'd rather have from Florida. I'd rather have, I can name just about everybody in this room. I'd rather have you do it. You'll save a lot of money. And we'll send the bill.
Let me tell you what I saw. All right. Remember, I managed the portfolio for Catholic Charities for many years and did the budgets and forecasting for all the different corporations. All right. So I know a lot about Catholic Charities in New York City. All right. The Archdiocese of New York and Catholic Charities. All right. The big one, the big Catholic Charities. All right. So what happened with FEMA, all right, and the relationship between the nonprofits like UJF, the United Jewish Federation, and Catholic Charities was they were getting FEMA money to help people that were affected by Hurricane Sandy. Now, there were many people that were affected in the city, in New York City. It was all over the news. Everyone remembers it. But also it affected individuals in upstate New York. Now, other nonprofits helped with New Jersey, all right? I only know about the New York side of Catholic Charities. It's divided up into archdioceses, all right? There's actually a map of the world where the Vatican, has mapped it all out, and they're different dioceses. So New York diocese does not include the New Jersey or Connecticut. All right, so I only know about the New York side of this. Schumer had provisions made where these nonprofits would work with the client that was in need because they had a disaster from Hurricane Sandy. They would work with a case manager and they would get FEMA money. All right. And there was an agreement on what all the documentation needed to be. So what happened was that FEMA gives it to the state and the state gives it to the nonprofits. And then there is an auditing process based on the agreement of what the receipts needed to be. Then money would be distributed. Now, how it worked was that the nonprofits would have to pay first to the client that was in need. And then based on the receipts, the nonprofits would get reimbursement through the FEMA funds from the state level. Well, what happened was that Cuomo decided to do a clawback and change the requirement unilaterally on what the documentation needed to be. So what happened was it was a means for the state to capture FEMA funds and put it into the budget hole of the state instead of paying the nonprofits for the money that they paid to the client. So in other words, Cuomo used FEMA funds, parts of the FEMA fund that should have went all to reimburse the nonprofits 100%. They didn't. And some of those funds went back to the state. They did a clawback. All right. So let's say you're a nonprofit and a client comes in and they say they need $1,000 to repair their dwelling. Usually the repairs are much higher, but there's a cap on what FEMA would help pay. They show the receipts. The case manager would say, okay, the nonprofit would pay the one in need. And then the case manager would file the claim to the auditor to get the FEMA funds for 100% reimbursement. That didn't happen. That didn't happen in many cases, especially near the end when the state had a budgetary hole. So the game that Cuomo played, and he's like a mobster. I've seen this with my own eyes. He declined certain reimbursements and captured the funds. This is the crazy crap that can happen with FEMA, and how at the state level they can rip you off. While the end client got the money from the nonprofit, but the nonprofit was shortchanged because they didn't get the full reimbursement from FEMA because of some bullshit from a governor like Cuomo. So it's better not to have FEMA at all, and just the governors work with their budgets to pay it. There's too much corruption going on because there's too many passages of funds. So you got to cut the middleman and just go right to the client. If the funds aren't there for the state, then the funds aren't there for the state. But there was funny things going on with Sandy and Cuomo. So there's corruption all over the place. You got to reduce it.
I think far less. We have to have a little bit of skin in the game. Otherwise, those bills will be much higher than they're supposed to be. Especially with a couple of you in this room who I know will get bills that you wouldn't believe, record setters. But so I think 75-25 with the government, the federal government paying 75, and we'll go right through to probably either go through Commerce, maybe go through Marco, because Marco's very good with money. I don't think I'm going to give him to the.
Let me just add one other item to that. When you have a Democrat governor and a very powerful Democrat senator like Schumer, you can play games with this federal funding. That's the point I'm making. Through FEMA.
Please Eldon here, because he's going to say, what's this all about? Huh? They gave me this too. You have found some big stuff, by the way, some big fraud. You've heard, as you said, this one's not even explainable. We're talking about billions of dollars. So great job.
See,
Really, it's sad, but it's.
there's a lot of fraud that's going on with FEMA and kickbacks and stuff to fill holes in budgets, let alone contractors and whatnot.
A period of time, but I think Marco or Scott or Howard, and if wherever Howard may be, he's. We want to congratulate him. He did it. Great. It was a great session. He got no Democrat votes. I thought he's been a Democrat all his life, and he got no Democrat votes. They all called him to apologize, and honestly, that shouldn't be. But he got approved yesterday. But today, I'm delighted to welcome America's governors to the White House, and I've known many of you for a long, long time. And this week, we're forging even stronger bonds of cooperation to better serve the American people. I also want to thank the members of my cabinet who have joined us for this meeting, and they really have gone right off the bat. And I also want to thank Senator Thune, because I'm hearing we set a record on approvals. And I was screaming, I thought it was going so slowly. I think we have a record. So I apologize to anybody I screamed at. But no, it was announced this morning. I think we had a record for the number of positions, so that's great. And they're great people. So I'll begin by introducing Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He scares me because he got 99 votes. So that's either unbelievably good because he's an incredible diplomat and therefore he's Secretary of State, and you couldn't have picked it. Or I'm a little nervous about you, Marco. And the only vote he didn't get was our vice president, who couldn't vote because he had just left. So you got 100%, but it really says something. I think it says working together. It's an amazing tribute, I think. I'll let you know about it. I'll let you know about it in about 2 years, everybody. Marco's been great, and he's been in some big meetings with people at the highest level of states that we would say, states meaning other countries that we would have said wouldn't have dealt so well, but they're dealing very well. You have a great group of people with Steve Witkoff and Michael Waltz, and we're making amazing progress. I mean, we've made more progress on that situation, which is Ukraine, and then they have in 3 years. Again, it's so sad that it began, but we're also working very hard in the Middle East. Another one that wouldn't have happened, we would never have had, that you wouldn't have had October 7th. They had no money, Iran was broke. We had sanctions up on Iran that nobody's ever seen before. They were literally broke, and they were not giving any money to Hezbollah, to Hamas. And how about Hamas yesterday with the babies? How about that? We're going to take that. We're going to continue to take that. I don't think so. But I want to just thank you, Marco, for doing a great job, and Scott, you also. Scott went all the way to Ukraine. I said, don't do it. That's why they have telephones. But it's always better to meet in person. But I just didn't feel that it was good. And it was dangerous. You saw things on that train ride that you didn't like. I understand. It's a pretty dangerous ride. The long ride. How long was that? 10-hour ride. It's after you get there. And a very dangerous journey, but he wanted to do it. He's a patriot. He wanted to do it. It's better to do it than it is with a telephone. Always better. I always say much better to meet in person, but that was dangerous. I like him. Therefore, I didn't want him to do it. If I didn't like him, I would have suggested he do it. I just say, go back today and let's give it another shot. But I hear that they're going to agree pretty much with what, but that's not the big thing. The big thing is getting it done. And we'll get it done. Also, somebody who's been
what's
so
interesting?
popular.
What is interesting about Trump is that post assassination attempt, he's actually more at ease joking around with the audience.
Very little opposition, but she's fantastic. She was the Attorney General of Florida for 8 years, highly respected, and just an amazing person, amazing leader and woman. Pam Bondi. Good, Pam. How's it going? Good? You got enough work? You got a lot of work over there, I'll tell you. This is gonna be unbelievable. I don't even think about it. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum and Doug, I don't know if Doug's here, was last night. Oh, good. So you just disappear right into the woodwork, huh? Doug is a man who made a lot of money actually, but in technology, sold to Microsoft for a lot, and decided he wanted to do a Trump thing, and he did, and he won easily. And he became a great governor of North Dakota, and really good. And he was all of a sudden thrown into the oil business, right? And he took that to a level that nobody ever thought possible. The job you've done there has been amazing. And I watched he ran. Then I said, I like that guy. He was one of the few that didn't hit me. He was after my position, but he never said anything bad about me. I said, okay, that's one checklist that we have good. You know, it's one of the ones, but he's been, he was an amazing governor, and he really became an expert on energy. And when I was with him, I realized I wanted him someplace. I didn't know exactly where, but I thought it would be the Department of Energy. I kept talking because the state has done so well. And I said, look, I want you to just hold him. I want to put you there. I said, sir, I have somebody much better than me on energy. Who? Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said, is Chris here? I don't even know. Is Chris here? Hello, Chris. Why am I giving him some build-ups? I did the same thing last night, but he's the top guy in the whole, they say on the planet for energy, in all forms of energy, even clean, beautiful coal that we're going to be using like Germany does now. They're opening up a plant a week, and they're opening up in China more than, somebody told me 2 plants a week, you know, but we're supposed to use the wind, which doesn't work from a practical standpoint. But I just want to welcome you because you had the greatest man. When he said, you're probably the only man, because I know Doug, he's got a big ego. And you're the only man I've actually heard him say something. He said, he's so much better than me, and energy is better than anybody. And so we made a move, and you gave up a tremendous position to do this. And we want to thank you, but we have to get going because when we bring the energy costs down, we're going to have more energy than anybody in the world. We just didn't use it. Can you imagine? Biden set us up in Venezuela instead of taking ours, so that we go to Venezuela that have very heavy stuff. And we have the best stuff in the world. We have more liquid gold, and it's really great liquid gold too. We have more under our feet than anybody else. But we went to Venezuela to buy oil instead of taking it from our own land and, you know, drilling a little hole in the ground. About how big is that hole? About a foot? About a foot, yeah. And we drill a little tiny hole, and we could have taken it instead of all of the problems. And then we made Venezuela strong again. You know, they give them a lot of money. They never thought they were going to have so much money, and all the people are leaving. So you're going to have one guy sitting there with a lot of oil under his feet. That's not a good situation, but we're having talks about that whole mess. What a mess. That was another one that was done. He was ready to quit. He was going to be out. Marco, you know that better than anybody. Marco's been very staunch against what took place there. And we were going to have that in any form we wanted it. But Biden made them strong. It was the worst administration in history, and I say that with a lot of Democrats, but I think you believe it too. You can't say it, but you believe it. But I just want to thank you, and if you get those prices down, you know, that's what caused inflation, the energy. I think the spending, but I think even more so the energy. The energy went up. They stopped the oil leases. They stopped a lot of things that we were doing, and then they went back to what we were doing as much as they could because the prices were going through the roof. Remember that initial surge? It was brutal. And they went back. They let any rig. They let any rig that we had up just drill. You know, and they ended up doing similar numbers, but we wouldn't have been at those numbers. We would have been double or triple those numbers. Those were from years ago. But energy caused our problem. But I just want to thank you for recommending him. And what we've done is he's the head of Department of Energy. He's Department of the Interior. And it's really screwy because the Department of the Interior has all the energy other than some nuclear energy that you're in charge of. But he has all the energy, has all the land, all the great places, best. We have more than any other country in the world. And he's in charge of it. The problem is he can't drill. And he drills, but he has no land. So what do? We said, I have an idea. Let's merge them. So we merged them intellectually. I don't know, we did it legally, but we did it intellectually. So now he gives up the land and he gives up the drillers and you're going crazy, right? You're going wild, and you'll do it beautifully, environmentally well, they will make sure. But we have a lot of things, but we had to merge. I always wondered why doesn't the energy department do more? They didn't do more because they don't have any energy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We'll probably have to make maybe even a change in that, somehow merge them or do something, because it's pretty tremendous what you're going to be able to do. Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, who's so fantastic, and she's been at the head of so many different things and loyal from the beginning. She even opened up, we had a rather shocking defeat. She opened up we call it an institute. I've never seen anybody raise money like her. She raised hundreds of millions of dollars on this fabulous thing. But I said, look, we want to win another race because I think it's really important to win twice. And I won 3 times, if you think about it. So but it's very, only the Republicans smile when I say it happens to be true. But Brooke has been amazing, and it was really tough because this last election, I go to a person who says, sir, I just gave you $10 million. Oh, where did you give it to? I gave it to Brooke. You gave it to Brooke. She's spending it on policy. We don't have to worry about policy. We have to worry about getting elected, right? But Brooke is fantastic, and she's done such a good job, and she's Make America Great Again at top of the line, right? And and what I didn't know, and as soon as I found out, I said, she studied. That's what she studied, agriculture. She knows everything about it, and she's going to be a fantastic secretary. And you'll do something with the eggs, because I'm hearing so much about eggs. You'll figure it out. You got to figure something out fast. But and we inherited all of the problems. At some point, a few months down the road, we won't be able to say it's so much us. But the big things, really, we can blame other people for, to allow criminals into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen before, to allow people from jails to have countries from all over the world be allowed to empty jails into an open border. They empty jails and prisons, mental institutions, and
Pardon me, President, I need to do a commercial. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this structural nano silver toothpaste. It's fluoride free. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with your gum line, reduces inflammation, and with good oral hygiene, you're going to improve your cardiovascular health and reduce valvular disease. Please go to my store, get this very high quality toothpaste. It's literally the best toothpaste you can buy, even though it's a little expensive. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Get a few tubes for your household. It's a great way to improve your oral hygiene, reduce plaque, neutralize pathogens, and improve your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. A lot of people don't realize that when you get in your geriatric years, you can have a lot of problems with valvular disease because of inflammation and bacterial infections and a buildup of calcium. Now that buildup of calcium usually it starts with inflammation. So if you're reducing that inflammation and you're reducing the chances of having deposits on your valve, then you're reducing stenosis or other valvular diseases. You can get a prolapse, weaken the valve with inflammation, get a valve tear, and get regurgitation of some sort. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, improve your oral hygiene. There's no toothpaste that you can buy that's better than this.
Gang members, drug lords, drug people on drugs, people that are very sick. They allow them to come into our country totally unchecked, unvetted. And right now we have a great gentleman, Tom Homan, who's doing an unbelievable job, and Christy Noem. They're doing a great job, but it's something we should have never had to be done. And you see the levels of crime that these are serious. They make our criminals look nice, I'll tell you. That's the only thing we get out of it. Our criminals are very nice people by comparison. These are seriously tough people. the various gangs, whether it's MS-13 or the Venezuelan gangs. They're as tough as nobody's ever seen toughness like this. Secretary of Health and Human Services, nobody knows this particular gentleman. He sailed right through. I thought he'd get a lot of, I said, well, he's going to get a lot of Democrat votes, Ron. I said, he's going to be an easy one, right? I told Ron DeSantis, I said, this was going to be so easy to get all those Democrat votes. I don't know. You thank goodness for the Republicans, right? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And where's Bobby? Where's Bobby? So congratulations. Was that as easy as you thought? Just quit. Well, in the end, they all voted for him. He did pretty well. He got through. But, we have one stat that I quote, the autism stat. And you hear different numbers, but it's thousands. They say between 10 and 20,000. So if you go back 15 years ago, we had like nobody. It was 1 in 20,000. Now we have 1 in 34. Is it 34? So 34 or 36 kids have autism. And if you go back, I guess 18 years of whenever that was done, it was 1 in 20,000. So we got from 20,000 to 34, 36. That's unbelievable. So there's something wrong. There's something wrong. We've done something wrong. There's something you're going to figure it out. Maybe it's a spray that we spray all over the place that nobody else does. Other countries don't. The Pennsylvania Dutch, they don't do anything, and they're amazingly healthy. And he understands. He's working with Dr. Oz, who's a really smart guy, I know very well. And those two guys are going to figure it out, and they're also going to figure out why in the United States we pay $1,300 for a drug, one that we were talking about, and in London they pay, literally they pay $200, even less. $88 I heard in one case yesterday. They pay $88, we pay $1,300 for the exact same drug from the exact same factory, from the same plant where it's made. I've got to figure that out. So I hope you focus really a lot on the cost too, because Americans are being screwed and it's no good. They're not going to put up with it. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, another one I know very well. He's going to be fantastic, Scott Turner. So Scott, congratulations. Man, oh man, you are something. He got up and we had a great meeting yesterday, right? He got up and spoke. He's a good speaker, that one. And everybody loves you. Everybody knows you. Great guy. You're going to do fantastic. Anyway, you got a good recommendation from Ben Carson. Once Ben Carson recommended you, I said, all right, that's okay. We love Ben Carson. Nobody like Ben. Secretary of Energy, I introduced Chris Wright, and Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Doug Collins, I know Doug so well. Oh, where's Doug? Where's Doug? That voice during the Mueller hearings, that beautiful voice. Do you know, remember the catastrophe that...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the K2 and the D3 together to help boost up your bone health. If you do resistance training and take calcium supplements or drink milk and take the K2 and the D3, you're going to improve your bone density. Not just that, D3 and K2 can also help with your cardiovascular health by reducing the chances of calcium buildup around plaque. Now, if you take the nattokinase on top of the D3 and the K2, nattokinase will bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So it's improving your total cholesterol. And it's fibrinolytic, so it's breaking up clots. So this is a great stack for vascular. So you get dual benefit when you do this. It's helping with your bones and with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase, the D3, and the K2. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, as he continues to introduce people, I want to go back to the Morning Joe panel here.
Privately, that's on the Armed Services Committee or the Foreign Affairs Committee. They are horrified by what they're hearing. And now we're going to be reporting that the G7 has scrubbed their official communique to take out Russia as the aggressor in a war that Vladimir Putin clearly started.
Yeah, absolutely. So the G7 cannot publish a joint.
Vladimir Putin moved troops, shot weapons first. But it was the expansionism of NATO and the alignment of the United States with doing operations in, political operations in Ukraine that led to this war. So how do you want to define start? Actually move troops in, or doing political wrangling that leads to war? Takes two to tango.
With the phrase Russian aggression in it. This is insane, but you talk about it as, well, maybe it's an opening bid. People were saying this is Trump being Trump or whatever. I don't see why anyone should not believe him. He likes Vladimir Putin. He can't stand Vladimir Zelensky. We know that. You know how much of foreign policy, domestic policy, how much of life is just personal to Donald Trump. His own grievances, his own petty slights that he believes that he experienced, and I think he fully intends to follow through with this new, completely un-American, disastrous foreign policy that he has outlined in the last few days.
Yeah, he's made it deeply personal, calling Zelensky a modestly successful Canadian, calling for new elections in Ukraine, demanding half of the minerals of their deal. We did hear Secretary State Rubio behind closed doors trying to reassure Europeans that maybe U.S. policy not changing as much as they're positioning publicly, but that's basically, Joe, that has left allies and adversaries alike sort of bewildered. But at the end of the day, this is Donald Trump's decision. And let's remember, it's very reminiscent of the first term, where Trump publicly, very friendly towards Putin, but the administration and the Congress at times took steps to punish Russia. We'll have to see if that happens around this time too. Certainly Senator Tillis breaking with the White House yesterday, saying publicly what so many of his colleagues are saying privately. Others have been very much more modest in their criticism, saying they disagree with the idea that Putin is a good guy, but not willing to actually criticize Trump for what he's saying. We're gonna have to see this time though if the guardrails hold, where this time Trump pushes through and says, look, this is our new approach to Moscow and Europe.
And again, we really had a tale of two administrations in the first term. It's so important for people to remember that in the first administration, you have Donald Trump saying things like he said at the Helsinki press conference in 2018 in response to your question, that he trusted Vladimir Putin more than his own people that he put in to run the intel community. At the same time, his vice president was going to Western Europe, delivering speeches that were Reagan-esque, anti-Soviet, anti-Russian aggression. You of course also had Republicans in the Senate at the same time when Donald Trump was saying things that caused grave concerns among many Republicans. They were passing the toughest sanctions that had ever been passed on Russia. So we'll see if this is an opening bid. We'll see if you in fact have Russians having to actually step up and make sacrifices at the negotiating table if they want it to end, or whether this is again a radical new step, a radical new direction for the United States foreign policy. Regardless, the cost, the impact of that on our foreign policy, even if it's wheeled back in the next week, and there's no reason to believe it would be, is incalculable, and will once again have our allies, our closest allies, our most important allies, asking the question: can we trust the United States of America? Elizabeth, one other thing too that I don't think people are underlining enough. I know we've talked about it a little bit on this show, but all things are personal with Donald Trump. Foreign policy is personal with Donald Trump. If he decides that he likes the most bloodthirsty dictator on earth in North Korea, and they write love letters. He calls them love letters. Everything is personal, and it's so important to remember how Donald Trump's relationship with Zelensky began. It began in July of 2019 when he made the, quote, perfect phone call, as he said, where, you know, he was trying to shake down Zelensky, to dig up dirt on his political rival, Joe Biden, and his family, while he's in the middle of a presidential campaign, and basically saying you can get your $400 million that Congress has already appropriated, but before you do, I need you to dig up dirt on Joe Biden. Zelensky refused to do that, and if people want to understand why he loathes Zelensky so much, that's a good place to start.
Yes, and then of course Zelensky made the great mistake of actually saying the truth, which is that Donald Trump was in a web of disinformation, and you know, I'm sure Trump just was shocked that Zelensky had. It was the most critical thing that Zelensky's ever said of Trump in public, and so then you got the backlash from Trump saying that Zelensky basically started the war. I think it's interesting, especially Marco Rubio's role here, though, that he is. What he was saying to the Europeans in a call after Trump sidled up to Putin was that keep calm. This is not a major change in the administration's policy. Of course it is, and of course it is against what Rubio himself. He's he's a big Russia hawk. So it's if you're a European and you're seeing this, you hear on one hand from the commander-in-chief that we're going to be closer to Russia. On the other hand, you hear from the Secretary of State, pay no attention. You're in a state of confusion. And I can tell you, most Europeans are going to pay attention to what the president is saying and not what the Secretary of State is saying.
Yeah, one diplomat from Europe telling me already damage already been done in terms of relations. And certainly all signs suggest this will be a new policy from the United States. Much more.
All right. Let's go back to Trump here.
And social responsibility behavior in the country of Colombia. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. They have no place in particular they were thinking of. There is no location. The money was sent out, but they have no idea where it's going. $42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda, and $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. People that want to be, or have to be circumcised in Mozambique. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to consortium for elections and political process strengthening, which $22 million was for inclusive participatory political process in Moldova. And $21 million going to my friend, Prime Minister Modi in India, for voter turnout. We're giving $21 million for voter turnout in India. What about us? I want voter turnout too, Governor. $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. Went to a firm that nobody ever heard of. Got $29 million. They got a check. Can you imagine you have a little firm, you get 10,000 here, 10,000 there. And then we get 29 million from the United States government. There are 2 people working in that firm. 2 people. I think they're very happy. They're very rich. They'll be on the cover of a very good business magazine pretty soon for being great scammers. $20 million for fiscal federalism, and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal, and $47 million also for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia got a lot of money. $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. They gave $50 million and it worked out so well, they gave another $50 million a little bit later. Condoms, $100 million for Hamas. And we're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. And I read this last night, so Governor, you're going to be bored hearing this, but you know, you never get bored because it's not possible to even believe it. So if you live 100 years, it's a long time, but let's assume that they have millions and millions of people living, because they have like 10 million people in the Social Security living. But let's go over 100. So now you're more than 100 years old. We have 4.7 million Social Security numbers. The people from the age of 100 to 109. So if you're 100 to 109, we have 4.7 million people on our Social Security rolls, right? Well, that's a lot of people. I knew one guy was 100. The great Lenny Litwood, he was a builder in Manhattan. He lived to 103, you know that. He was one of the greatest builders. He was so happy. The reason he lived, he loved building. He'd build a building a year, right? Never had a problem. You knew Lenny Litwood, I would think of it, all right? He was a great guy and got along with everybody. He got along with Democrats, Republicans. Everybody loved Lenny. When he died, it was a bad day for New York, I'll tell you. He was a great guy, but he lived to 103, 104 because he just loved his business. He was designing a new building at 103, and that was the end of it. He didn't quite get the design finished. But you had 3.6 million people aged 110, substantially older than good old Lenny. From 110 to 119, you have 3.6. These are the people on the rolls. And we're looking to see whether or not they've been paid, because if they've been paid, then they're just using those numbers to take out the money, all the money that's paid to those people. 3.47 million people from the age of 120 to 129. 3.9 million people aged 130 to 139. 3.5 million people aged 140 years old to 149 years old. I think this is the case for Pam. I think I might give you this, Pam, just you can have it. In fact, I will. 1.3 million from age 150. There's 1.3 million people they're saying are alive and receiving Social Security. Now, that's the only thing we're checking. Are they receiving it? Because if they're receiving it, that makes it much worse. If they're not receiving it, that just makes it incompetent. They shouldn't be on the rolls. And the only thing good about this is that when we take all these people off the rolls, and we have tremendous fraud underneath, people that are 80 and 60 and 50 and everything else, but this is really incredible. 1.3 million.
Not just collecting a check, investigate the voter roll. I bet these 200-year-olds, these 150-year-olds were voting Democrat in 2020 and in 2024. How did that happen?
To 159, and over 130,000 people are on the rolls of Social Security over the age of 160 years old, including 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. So we have, think of that, we have 1,039 people who are 220 years old to 229. We have one person at 240 years old, and here's the beauty of them all. We have one person at 360, which is strange because the country is 250. So they're 110 years older than the country. Here, Pam, you better take a look at this. That's not fair for you, that's for me. Now the question is, are they getting paid? Because somebody maybe is getting paid. Yeah, I have a feeling you. I said,
they're getting paid. Some of these people are getting paid. Now the question is, who's collecting the check, and how many of them are voting while they're dead?
We created this department, Doge, and the kind of numbers are incredible. It could be $500 billion, but it could be $1 trillion. It could be even $1.5 trillion. We're going to find out. I mean, I'm actually going with Elon, and Elon's doing a really good job. And I said, who are these people that travel? We call them the Dogers. And I said, what are they? He said, they're generally young people with extremely high IQs who are very good with computers. Because you have to be good with computers. So when one of these scammers talks and tries to tell them why it's perfect, they say, no, it doesn't work that way. You know, it's very hard to talk them out of something when they have you. But we're actually going to Fort Knox because I want to see, do we have the gold? Do we still have whatever it is, tons of gold? I hope we do. Wouldn't that be disappointing? Fort Knox, you go up here about Fort Knox, you can't get in, you can't even see it, nobody sees it. You go there and the place is dry. Would that be terrible? There's another one. Maybe you should go with us to that one. But we're going to go in there pretty soon. They're going to open the doors to Fort Knox. If any governor would like to go with us, well, do you want to go with us on that one, Ron? That could be good. Could be interesting. Can you imagine if we open it up and there's no gold? Well, I think there will be. for one reason, it's really heavy. You know, you steal a bar of gold, you got to be strong. So it's not like other things. But we're looking at everything. We have the largest deregulation campaign in history, and we are, again, I did more than anybody, but this blows it away. And for one, every time we put in a new regulation, we're not allowed to put it in unless we terminate 10 old regulations. So it's 1 in 10. We did 1 in 7 in my last administration, and the problem is some of them were put back, foolishly put back. There was no reason for them. So if you truly want a turbocharged economy, you have to do that, and you have to get rid of the regulations. I think one of the reasons we are, I mean, before COVID, and we did a great job with COVID and getting, it was a hell of a thing for all of us, everybody here. But some countries will actually never recover for what they went through. But we ended up giving back when we turned over the reins. The stock market was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was an amazing achievement. But we were, just prior to that, I will never forget, I was sitting down with 2 consultants, the 2 great.
He's riffing right now. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver gel. You can get it in the tube form or in the easy to use dispenser. Have it at work, have it at home. You never know when you need it. Someone is sick around you, put it on your hands, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, around your mouth, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can heal wounds, scrapes, abrasions, minor burns quicker with the structural nano silver gel. Also, you can use it as skincare, a daily skincare. You can also use it as an aftershave. Guys, once you shave your face, put it on, put the gel on your face, and what will happen is it'll soothe and heal the skin. Ladies, if you're shaving your legs, and hopefully you're shaving your legs, because there's nothing more disgusting than a woman with hairy legs. All right. So after you shave, use the gel on your legs, and it will help to improve the skin, heal the skin, and reduce the razor burn. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please use this very high quality product. Make sure you have some at work. Make sure you have some at home. You never know when you need it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now let me talk about two supplements here before we pivot back. Resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with the mitochondrial health. And that better mitochondrial health means more ATP. And resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that are in senescence collect garbage. And when you get older, you just have more of these cells collecting garbage, and so your tissues don't perform as well. You want to get rid of those. So resveratrol will help with that. So please go to my store, stack this with NAD+ or ubiquinol or C60. And another great supplement that I've added to my stack because of other anti-agers, they have had good results from it, is NAC. NAC is a supplement that you should be taking to boost up your glutathione levels. Glutathione is another pathway to soak up free radicals. Now, we soak up free radicals with C60. We soak up free radicals with resveratrol and with vitamin C and with turmeric and lignans and with the barley, the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley through superoxide dismutase. And you soak up additional free radicals with NAC. The more ways you soak up those free radicals, different pathways, especially the C60, NAC, and the superoxide dismutase, you really bring down the stress in the cell and improve the tissue performance. That means you're performing, your organs are going to perform better and your glands are going to perform better. That means your immune system is going to be better. Your endocrine system is going to be better. You're going to just, your body will work better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAC, boost up those glutathione levels. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC helps to calm the central nervous system. That's very important. So please take my advice, take NAC every day as a stack to bring down those free radicals, calm the central nervous system, and to detoxify your liver and your kidney. Many people that are on these anti-aging longevity protocols get a lot of positive benefits from NAC. A regular dosage of NAC through their daily protocol.
Nicky Panky. It's paper ballots, can you believe it? So I hope, Sarah, that certainly the Republican governors, but if you want to save a lot of money, you go to paper ballots. It'll cost you 8% of what the costs are now. And that's based on a good deal from machines. And then when you go through the days and weeks and months of waiting, France had mail-in ballots. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have fraud, without question. And France had it, and they went back to paper ballots. And I saw their election, and their election was over at 9 o'clock, and their numbers came in at 10:05. And there were no complaints. There was no, they had a winner, they had a loser, 39 million votes. And it was done. We're one of the only people that has now mail-in voting. One of the only countries that has mail-in voting. Remember Jimmy Carter when he did a commission, and I think they had Scoop Jackson, there's some, at the time, big senators. And their conclusion was, if you have mail-in voting, you're going to have massive fraud. And we had it in New York with the congressional race. Remember the congressional race? It took them forever to like 6 months later, they declared, who was it, Jerry Nadler or somebody? They declared him the winner, 6 months later. But it was somebody. Oh no, it was the woman, the congressman, I won't mention her name. But she won, but she didn't win, and it was really very sad to see that whole thing. Democrat, that was a Democrat, and a Democrat, that was a primary, but they had the mail-in voting. It's just a disaster. So it's very, very expensive. If you want to save money, if you really believe that the computers work, which they don't, but if you want to save a lot of money, all you have to do is go to paper ballots, and you'll be cutting it down by millions and millions of dollars. So America will take off like a rocket ship. You're going to see things that's so great for the governors, and Democrat governors are going to have, you're going to get the benefit of this. You're going to be opening up plants, and you're going to be. I hope we have enough people. We're going to and we want people to come into our country, by the way, I do, but they have to come in illegally. So we need people in the country, but they have to come in illegally. 2 weeks ago, I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue, because you'll never win another race. And it's just crazy. If you look at what happened with the boxing, if you look at what happened with the weightlifting numbers, where a record that hadn't been broken for 19 years got shattered. But, they put up an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce there, and it's 218 pounds or whatever over that. And hadn't been broken in 19 years. And the guy walks up who transitioned, and he knocked out that record by about 100 pounds. That would be a record not going to be broken again in a long. So we put a ban on it, and to protect women. I mean, the women, if you watch the Olympics, you had two transitioned people that were fighting in the women's boxing, that women's boxing category. And if you saw that, it was brutal. What happened to the Italian woman was a really good boxer. After one punch, she said, no more. I've never been hit. It was a left. It was not even it's just a left jab. She got hit so hard, she said, I can't do it. They forced her to go out. No, go out again. You'll do it. Goes out again, gets hit again. No, that's it. She didn't want to die. And it's crazy, but the NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Or are you not going to comply with it? violate state and federal laws? We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be really fun.
I love his style.
Because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has a responsibility to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect. So just to end, this administration has been fighting for parents' rights and universal school choice. We want to do something that I think many people in this room want, and even if you don't, I think you do want it, but you might not be able to say it. We want to move the schools back to the states so that Iowa and South Carolina and Georgia and all these states can run your own school system. And you'll do a fantastic job, Kim. You're going to do great. I mean, I use your example because you're so much into the education, done a great job with school choice, and you'll do it with your school choice. That'll be the easy thing. But we want to get it back, take it away. So just some stats. So at last, it's usually we're 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. They take the 40, I guess, biggest, most important, whatever it might be, but 40 countries. And we were 38, 38, 39, and congratulations. But 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we hit number 40. So we were last in terms of education in the world.
There's breaking news on the BBC. Man seriously wounded in knife attack at Berlin's Holocaust Memorial. German media report.
And we were first in another category, though. We were first in cost per pupil. So we spend much more. And by the way, second wasn't even close. So you have Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, China. So there goes the big country theory, right? That for 1.4, they're rated number 5. That's a little bit scary, isn't it? But they're all.
Why did it stop?
Right, it appears maybe that did freeze on us. We were listening to President Trump in the tape playback and getting a little bit heated there, going after President Trump going after the governor of Maine. And we were listening in there to President Trump talk about tariffs, talking about
all right, let's go to Bloomberg here. Apple seems to be shifting plans because of tariffs.
So a lot to be discussed.
Parts of the grounds of birthright citizenship being guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. Tons of other DOGE efforts as well. We're seeing a lot play out in the judicial system. But of course, that exchange with Governor Mills was just one part of what were very extensive remarks, Carol and Tim. He spoke for well over an hour on a range of subjects. Immigration, he touched tariffs, perhaps no surprise. He talked about reiterating that April 2nd, he is looking at implementing a 25% tariff on cars.
I want to talk a little bit about technology because we also got some news about Apple during this event, Kaylee. He said he met with Tim Cook yesterday. And he said that Apple will build plants in the U.S., not in Mexico. We're going to be talking to Mark Gurman a little later in our program, but what did we learn about that conversation with Tim Cook?
Well, this took place at the White House yesterday, and this was as described as President Trump, that they did talk about building, instead of 2 factories in Mexico, bringing that into the U.S. Now, it's not exactly clear what factories realistically the president was referring to here on Apple's part. There is a Foxconn plant, for example, in Mexico, which is part of Apple's assembly chain, if you will. But basically what he said is Tim Cook wants to avoid the impact of tariffs and therefore is looking at investing more in the United States. And that is what the president argues is one of the goals of the tariff threats or actual levies he has implemented thus far, is to bring more manufacturing into the United States. And he consistently says you won't face a tariff if you make it in the U.S. But obviously, we've seen this kind of playbook before on the part of Apple. In the first Trump administration, they tried to get around the tariffs on China, specifically making sure the iPhone was not included in that. So we could see Tim Cook kind of working that same game here. But of course, China tariffs of 10% are already in place as we speak. Not the case yet for Canada and Mexico after it was pushed to the beginning of next month.
Here's something
the tariff threats
interesting.
certainly aren't going anywhere. And
Here's another interesting news about Apple. Apple pulls advanced data protection service in the UK. Now, why? Why is that? That's from the Wall Street Journal. But unfortunately, I can't read the article because you have to subscribe to the Wall Street Journal through this Apple News. So I'm not sure why.
First 2025. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters. Quick check on the markets because we are seeing stocks pretty much near our lows of the session. It's a concern over U.S. economic data. So that is the focus of investors as we, of course, continue to digest what the president has to say. I got to say, what we're going to focus on, considering the president, something appropriately perhaps named that we want to talk about today.
And that's the Mar-a-Lago Accord. It's being talked up on Wall Street. What you need to know, and could it really happen? We dive into that a little later.
Yeah, it's been our most read story on the Bloomberg today. Plus, ill winds blowing on Wall Street for shares of United Health stock down.
I think the Trump feed is
Like New York, we could take it as an example, Westchester County, you go Westchester, Suffolk, you go out on Long Island, you do upstate New York, you break it up into quadrants, Manhattan. But I think you could do a great job. I think that, I think the states will do a fantastic job. And we send the money directly to the states, and we're not looking even for the cuts, but you'll spend a lot less money. You're gonna spend a lot less money. You know, as somebody that's spent a lot of time in Washington over the last number of years, it seems like every building is the Department of Education. I'm saying, what do these people do? What do they do? But if we could send education back, and Linda, as you know, is going through the process right now, and I think she's doing really well. She's great, Linda McMahon. And I said, Linda, you're trying. I really want you to do a great job, but you're really only doing a great job if you have no job by the time we finish. You have to create no job for yourself because we want this to go back to the states, and she agrees. And if we can do that, I think it's going to be one of the most important things we can do. So the governors, the people in this room, Democrat, Republican, will run their own school system, and we'll back them 100%, and we'll pay like we do now. But I think we'll end up having to pay probably half. But that's not the reason I'm doing it.
That is a great idea, to roll back these stupid policies that came from Carter.
Really bad education. And as far as the teachers union, I love teachers. And I imagine unions might form in some of these places. And if they do, that's fine. You'll deal with it. So this isn't against unions. It's because I won unions. I won the Teamsters. When you win the Teamsters, that's serious. But I put in a person as Secretary of Labor who I really did it because the unions treated me so well. The auto workers, I mean, so many of the unions, the firefighters, the police unions, I got like 98% of the vote. We're looking for the other 2%. Nobody can find them. So, you know, I grew up in New York, which was union territory. But we want to be able to have great education. If we don't have education in this country's going to go down. When you hear China is rated number 4 and 5 every year, and you know, they're a serious competitor. So I want to thank you all, and I do want to say again, call me at any time. I will take your call. If you're a Democrat, I will put you ahead of the Republican. If I have a Democrat or Republican call, Samuel, I will put the Democrat first. Okay, I promise. And probably, it's not a promise, right? No, I will. We'll take good care of the people in this room. And it's an honor to be with you. You're very, very smart people. To do what you do, to get elected, it's a tough business. But if you could take back education, and if we could do some of the things that we just laid out very easily in this plan, and you have a federal government that's behind you all the way. We'll be sending help. As an example, if we do get rid of FEMA, which we should, very expensive, doesn't work. But we'll be sending federal help in if you have a big hurricane or a tornado or all of the things that I've been watching. And you'll be taken care of much, much better than you're taken care of now. You have to wait around for these people to come, and they come so late. But the worst example was what you had to go through in North Carolina. What happened there was a terrible thing. So congratulations on your victories, and you're going to have many more victories. And
I'm here for you. If you want to ask a couple of questions, you could, if you'd like to. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we share excitement about disaster response and how we've all had disasters. We usually love to see the president after disaster and never fun. We have fires, other people have flood hurricanes. We want to be a part of helping to make a federal emergency response work, changing FEMA so they're not putting square pegs around holes. So involve our group because we're the ones on the other end of it. Say, oh my God, why are they coming with this when we need that?
Right.
Right now.
Good. Thank you very much. It's very nice. I agree. Yes, please.
Thank you for helping us. As we go through the process of putting your new priorities as president, would you give us an opportunity to speak with you about, say, return on investment?
Sure.
Before we go, for example, into would it hurt and we'll weigh the decisions you make in the Secretary made, for instance, on Medicaid or Medicare?
Sure.
It cuts are proposed. Perhaps give us an opportunity as governors to prove to you that we can make these programs worthwhile. That might help us.
I love that. I think it's great, Bobby. I think it's great. One of the things we're really focused on is bringing down the costs. And we haven't been treated very fairly, especially over the last 4 years. And as you know, we had transparency, which is one of the biggest things that could have happened. And Biden, for whatever reason, terminated that. That would have brought down the costs tremendously. But we'd love to have your ideas on any of them, Medicare, Medicaid, any of it. And we will, if those ideas are good. You probably have better ideas than anybody as governor. So we would love that. Thank you.
On that issue of healthcare, we've talked about it before. If we reform the healthcare industry, you tried to do that in the first administration, and they tried to fight back every step of the way. We all deal with high healthcare costs in government and the private sector. If we reduce that from 20% of our GDP down to 10 to 12, you can pay for a lot of things in government that we can't currently do it. We need to get the industry in line and help us do it as well.
Well, you're a good example of it, and in your state, they've done a good job. But you're going to get those numbers down even lower. I know that it's something very strong for you. And as you have ideas, I'd love you to pass them along to the other governors here. But there are some states that have done a really, really good job with that, and we are totally open to suggestions. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Henry.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here. It's the de minimis rule in tariffs. We've got the amount that is self-declared now is $800. If you say your package coming from wherever is under $800, it's not inspected, there's no tariff on it. Problem is there are a lot of things coming in that are over there.
That's right, and we're not doing that anymore.
And also there's fentanyl coming in, I think, to all of these states. That's a real problem, and I think that everyone is sharing that.
Thank you, Henry. So I had a deal with President Xi just prior to leaving office, but before the election, that President Xi was going to give the maximum penalty to anybody sending fentanyl into the United States. His maximum penalty is death. If you notice that every country that has a death penalty has no drug problem, they execute drug dealers. And when you think about it, it's very humane because every drug dealer on average, they say, kills at least 500 people, not to mention the damage they do to so many others, but they kill large numbers of people. China, Singapore, actually there are quite a few, many in Asia where they have the death penalty. There's no drug problem whatsoever. They come to our country because we have a much softer policy. We give them a slap on the wrist and say kill a lot of people. So we're going to, I don't know if our country is ready for it. I am ready for it. The death penalty if you deal drugs, you have to set out guidelines like fairly large numbers, etc. But you'll have it go down very greatly. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to do an advertising campaign. They're working on it right now, and that's saying how bad drugs are for you. I was speaking actually to the president of Mexico saying, you can't send the people through your country. And I said, you're not a big drug taking nation. You send us plenty of drugs, but the people aren't drug taking? And she said, yes, we're not a consumer nation. That was a very interesting term. And I said, so why aren't you? What are the reasons? Why is it? It's true, Mexico, they don't have a lot of drug problems in terms of taking the drug. He said, well, two things, and a lot of you could do with the second thing. He said, we have very strong family values. I said, but so do we. I mean, I see people, they die of a drug overdose, the daughter, the son, the mother and father will never be the same, never be the same. Their life is ruined. Their life is over. I've seen it so much. So we have strong family values, also family members and relationships, just as strong as Mexico. What's the other? Well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are for you. And I said, oh, I never learned anything on phone calls. This time I learned something. I said, you know, I never thought of that. Because we set up like committees, and you can't have the death penalty, I guess, but I don't know, someday somebody's going to get sick of it and do it. You won't have any drug problem in this country. But, and you can do it on an individual state basis for the governors and the room that want to do it, but you will not have a drug problem in your state if you did it. But I will say this, we have a situation where we have now hired a couple of the best agencies, and we're going to spend about 100 million, maybe 200 million on advertising, saying that when you take certain drugs, the drug fentanyl, et cetera, it destroys your skin, it destroys your teeth, it destroys your brain, it destroys everything. And really horrible commercials. I mean, I've seen the first of them, and they are brutal. They are brutal. And when some young kid is sitting down watching this commercial a couple of times, everyone don't think they're going to be taking drugs. So I think that this is, I mean, this is a big statement, but I think we can drop it 50%, 50, by doing this. And I give her credit. She was talking to me about it, told me about it. But I knew immediately as soon as she said it, it was not, she didn't have to say anymore. She went on to tell me different things, but it was just the concept of it. And I think states can do that too. If you do commercials talking about how horrible it is, drugs. I mean, what it does, I mean, you look at their skin, it gets eroded, their teeth are, you can tell. I mean, you can see the person that takes a lot of drugs, especially fentanyl and some of the others, the bad ones, the real bad ones, some of them, the heroin. It's unbelievable what it does to people. And we're going to put a very, very strong ads. And now that I'm thinking about it, I think you should put on strong ads too, really strong ads. I think it's an unbelievable thing. We'll all do it. We're going to do it on a national basis, but you can do it individually on an individual basis. And you can also look, I think, you have to get rulings in this, but your states have the right to go death penalty also for drug dealers. And, but only do that if you want to get rid of drugs, because if you don't do that, it's a little tough. But I think the advertising will have a huge, I think we can get it down by 50%. We did great. We got it down 18%. I said, that's not a lot though. It's, everybody was giving us credit. Oh, 18. And 18% to me, we set up committees with the First Lady of the United States on a blue ribbon committee. But they didn't know too much about El Chapo and the various people that we're talking about. It's a smart group of people. But I'll tell you what, the advertising could be unbelievable. And I hope the states do it. You're not talking about a lot of money. You're talking about peanuts, actually. I mean, with $50 million, you could just cover the state. And if you did that, and I'm going to do it, I think we can get drugs way down. I think we can get it down by 50% when you see it. I've seen some of the ads. It's, man, if a person looks at the ads that I saw, they're not going to be taking drugs. So good question. Thank you, Henry, very much. How about we'll do one more? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
As we talk with donors, we implement a lot of the social welfare programs, whether it's Medicaid or job training or rental assistance. Each one has different requirements that create cliffs and benefits that make it hard for people to recover. Things as simple as work requirements for able-bodied adults. If we could synchronize across TANF, Medicaid, our biggest programs, let's make it a trampoline to get people back on their feet instead of a hammock that climbs.
I think it's great. I think if you could get together and work together, you'd bring down costs just on that basis. I think it would be really great. Did you want, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I want to just say
thank you. Word, 2 words, a lot of times we don't say thank you for your extraordinary leadership, your courage, all that you do. And just so you know, even in the state of Nebraska, you're inspiring Nebraskans to get comfortable being uncomfortable, to stand up for what we believe in faith, family, hard work, and dream, stand up and talk about the common sense. So we're incredibly grateful.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think.
All right, we're going to pivot to, I think they're talking about United Health. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the NAD+. This helps to heal your DNA, boost up your energy levels, and it will help to protect your neurons. And ubiquinol, the highest bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Take this every day. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to boost up your energy levels, improve your mitochondrial health, and protect your neurons. This is a great stack for neural protection. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. Protect your neurons, especially if you're 40 years or older. It's really important. But it's not just taking supplements. It's also doing cardio, doing some resistance training, doing stretching, doing balancing exercises. You want to activate these different neurons so you're improving your kinematics. But also you want to learn new things. And by learning new things, reading, writing, talking to people, all these different modalities, you're going to improve your neural health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order and you get $5 off. So let's go to Bloomberg about United Health here. I believe that's what they're talking about.
Risk to think about, but still, I'd say very early and, lots of questions about this, but given what we know about what happened in the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously potentially something that got the market's attention.
Right, yeah. Absolutely. We are seeing shares in Moderna up as much as 6.5% today right now with a gain of about 4%. Pfizer shares have also moved higher on the news. All right, John, thank you so much. Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tazi. All right, now let's also get to what is the most read story on the Bloomberg today, and it's one that might require you doing a little bit of Googling or pulling out your economic textbooks to get the reference.
I just got to talk to Liz McCormick about
That's
it.
true.
I don't need a textbook. I don't need to Google. It's about the Mar-a-Lago Accord and why it's drumming up chatter on Wall Street. Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets is with us from New Jersey. Liz McCormick joins us now. So what is the Mar-a-Lago Accord and where did this originate?
Yeah, so as Carol said, I brought props. I think you definitely you want to Google, although we did put the links in the story. But I would say, so let's talk about this Mar-a-Lago Accord. Let me give you some background. The one prop, as we mentioned in the story, is Stephen Mirren, who is up for a high post in Trump's economic team. Last year, wrote a piece at the hedge fund, not his, but about this, and it's very good. It's out there. You can Google Stephen Mirren, and he details this. But then I've been learning about this and some work of Zoltan Pozsar, who we know, who's done a lot of things, has his own company now, and then Jim Bianco, which the story kind of centered on, who we all seem to follow well, was doing a webinar with his clients. So long story short, Jim was saying, listen, it's time to really talk about this. I'm going to give it broad and then try to go in the weeds a little bit. But this kind of Mar-a-Lago Accord, as we know, at least some of us, around for a while, there were a few currency accords, one known as the Plaza Accord, the Bretton Woods, and the Mar-a-Lago Accord originally came from this Mirren paper where he kind of took some creative license. Obviously, we know where President Trump lives most of the time when he's not in Washington.
Breaking news.
But it was about the fundamental view that...
Breaking news, 3 people shot and killed in Louisville. It just happened, looks like.
This, including Stephen Bessent, who you guys had on TV, and his role and kind of trying to reshape things. But if the dollar's overvalued, that we need, like our trading partners, things to get more in line, and what Jim Bianco laid out kind of, it's, you know, this Mar-a-Lago is more of a concept than like, hey, we're all meeting down in this location, but that it's about tariffs, which obviously we've seen, you know, President Trump is beginning to utilize more, the use of that to kind of get, you know, trade more aligned. Also the idea of a sovereign wealth fund, which President Trump has already signed an executive order. Scott Bessent has spoke about that. There's some stories out there how they might fund that, since we're a creditor nation, you know, we have debt and we don't have a lot of extra cash. So there's a few theories out there how we can, you know, kind of monetize some things we have and get money. Well, and the other, which is in this story, in, you know, may or may not happen, but was laid out in that paper, that maybe, you know, we need to get some of these, he really speak about the NATO countries.
On the economic dashboard or the financial dashboard that I have on YouTube with the live stream, Bank of Canada Governor Macklem warns of severe fallout from trade row with US. So if you have a central bank that's, you know, signaling warning signs, there's going to be definitely volatility in the currency market and in the bond market. And that may be the reason why we're seeing a strengthening of the Japanese yen. The stress is building up.
Road at 50, is this likely? 50 being the most likely, 0 not likely?
Yeah, well, I would say, like, even Jim Bianco in his talk, which I listened to, was like, hey, kind of like, I don't know if this will happen. He kept saying, you know, you got to take Trump seriously, maybe not literally, right? That he's going to do big things and break glass about a bunch of things you might not expect. This could happen. I mean, if you look at in the Mirror paper, he talks about, which I highlighted, like, you know, yeah, like, why would they do this? And Posar spoke about it, and they talk about, you know, what's the stick to get countries? One of them is tariffs, right? Like, if you don't do this, maybe we want to do this debt swap, we're going to do worse tariffs. And then they talk about the carrot is exchange for, like you've already seen, you know, for, you know, us to, you know, keep shouldering a lot of the burden in NATO for security, right? So, Carol, I think it's not anything in the offing anytime soon, but it's definitely an idea it's floating around since Stephen Mirren wrote that paper and other things. And like I said, I think it's getting more into chatter, and I think that's why Jim felt like it's important. Like, you gotta, like, at least register what's going on here.
As we said, most read story on the Bloomberg. Liz McCormick, thank you. Bringing the props and all, we really appreciate it. Chief correspondent for global macro markets here at Bloomberg News out there in New Jersey. Something that, safe to say, Tim, some global investors might be keeping an eye on. They're also focusing on what we talk an awful lot about, what's going on in Europe and some of the weakness that we consistently see.
Yeah, we certainly heard that in the wake of Davos, sort of the tone of CEOs over there in Davos last month. So let's go there. Business activity in the euro area hardly grew again in February. It reinforced fears that the bloc remains mired in stagnation. As you know, European growth has been hobbled by a manufacturing malaise, political turmoil in its two biggest member states, and heightened uncertainty, Carol, from the war in Ukraine to persistent threats of U.S. trade tariffs.
Yeah, safe to say, Tim, our next guest knows a thing or two about the European economy. His company operates 13,500 cell phone towers in 6 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, including Slovakia, which is not too far away from Ukraine. He's also featured in Bloomberg's CFO Briefing weekly newsletter, which comes out on Sundays. With us is Lars Mosdorf. He is Chief Financial Officer of Euro Telesites. He is based in Vienna, and he joins us from Germany, along with Bloomberg News Senior Editor Nina Tretman, who is right here in our New York studio. Lars, it is so great to have you here with all of us. We do want to start with Germany. Our focus, we're doing a special over the weekend because of the election. It is the biggest economy in the Euro region. It has been struggling. It is curious for us, top of mind is how you are thinking about the outcome of the election and what it might mean in terms of jumpstarting the German economy and what it might actually also mean for your own business.
From Germany, first of all, thanks a lot for having me tonight. It's indeed, I would say, very rough times in the sense of that it's not predictable from a sense that if you planned your business and if you really would like to frame what are the next steps to growth. I guess the framework in which we operate, in which the companies are operating, is quite unpredictable. And having said so, I think we have in Germany, the upcoming election, of course, is one very important one. We had elections in Austria. We still are waiting for the outcome in that sense that we don't have a coalition yet in Austria. And there are other elections just very close or just behind in Europe. So it's a real change happening. And of course, everybody is looking at the results. I think it's hard to predict what will be the real result. We see some changes day over day, but at the same time, if you ask me about the wish list for the outcome of such an election, I think it's important that we have a stable coalition at the end, a coalition that is really able also to act and to develop and to also to clean up the things that we have been piling up in Europe in the last few years, and to really come back into the driver's seat. I think that's one of the things, and of course we see on the wings of the society some significant changes, and therefore the question is, will it be a coalition in which the new chancellor and also the party that will join the coalition is really able to change the fundamental structural requested changes that we need to initiate in Europe. And maybe the things we see in the US at the moment is a good initiative that helps Europe to really get back, as said, in the driver's seat on their own topics.
Lars, talk to us about your spending plans. Like, how are they impacted by this big uncertainty that we're not just seeing in Austria, but also in other European markets?
So maybe allow me a quick brief introduction of the company, and because it's interesting, we're a bit behind the scenes, therefore that everybody, all of us, are using more and more mobile data. I'm only thinking about streaming. I'm thinking also about the things that are ongoing in using the mobile data, like cloud services, like online gaming, and so on and so on. And our core business in Europe, we're operating all over. There are approximately 450,000 towers located already. Those towers, they serve as the digital infrastructure. So this means that the mobile operators put their antennas on top of our real estate and our assets. And having said so, I think in our industry, the demand is significantly growing. We're, as a tower co, not linked to the data consumption, but to the overall increase of the demand. And having said so, we're planning to increase our spending on the CapEx side. So we already in 2024 reinvested 20% of the revenues into our infrastructure to keep up with the densification, but also to build new towers. And this,
I don't really care. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. Take it every day. Take a teaspoon a day. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before you work out, and you'll recover quicker and soak up the free radicals that you're creating during your workout. You can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 has to be in a lipid. It's lipid soluble, so you can get the proper absorption. Now, how C60 works is it's a fuller ring. It looks like a soccer ball, the molecule. It has 60 carbons and it has electrons floating around moves around, it kind of shimmers. And it can neutralize and recharge. So it's neutralizing free radicals, and it's very potent. It's like about 1,000 times as potent as vitamin C. You can't take enough vitamin C. Your body won't absorb it. So C60, extremely potent, soaks up those free radicals. And when you soak up the free radicals, that means the cells and your tissues will have less stress. And your mitochondria will perform better. It'll be healthier, and you'll have more energy. You'll have more ATP. And when you have more energy and less stress in your tissues, your organs will perform better, and your endocrine system will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. People get benefits with better eyesight, improved eyesight. After I started taking C60, I didn't need to wear glasses. I'm farsighted with astigmatism. And within 2 to 3 months, I didn't need to wear glasses. So this is very important stuff, all right? It also helps with neural health. It brings down those free radicals, improves the mitochondrial health in your neurons, and that way you have lots of ATP to produce neurotransmitters and to release those neurotransmitters and have positive neuroplasticity. So when you have good neuroplasticity, you have positive neuroplasticity, you're going to think better. You're going to have better memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, take a teaspoon a day, every day. Now, if you haven't been taking this, I want you to do an experiment. Start buying the C60 from my store and use it for a year and see and document how your body is improving. And you'll notice positive things happening. And between that first day to that, end of the year, that 365 days later, you're going to notice that you look younger. Your hair is going to be better. Your skin's going to be better. The reason why is your whole body is improving. Your immune system will be better. Your organ functions will be better because you're reducing the stress. You're soaking up the free radicals. Not only that, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. Why? Because if you have LDL floating around in your bloodstream, which many Americans after they eat a Big Mac have, and you have free radicals floating around because you were stressed out, guess what? Those free radicals will oxidize the LDL. And that oxidized LDL embeds itself in your blood vessel and creates plaque. So if you reduce LDL and you reduce free radicals by taking C60, then you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Or do you want to go on a statin? It's up to you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60, soak up those free radicals, and improve your health. Take it every day. And if you haven't used this, take a teaspoon a day, every day. And if you work out, take it before your workout, and you're going to recover quicker. And you're going to have lots more energy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the 2 ounce, the 4 ounce, or the 8 ounce configuration in avocado, MCT coconut oil, which is right here, or the extra virgin olive oil. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. And if you add it to other supplements and create the stack, like I said, bringing down the LDL and soaking up those free radicals, voila, you have a recipe to help with your cardiovascular health. It's that simple. It's that simple. Not overly complicated. Doesn't need to be. It's really simple, but you got to do it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
The rock star of tech. Everybody in here has an Uber rating, and they all want to say something to you. Dara, it's great to have you with me one-to-one. It's a real privilege. President was here on Wednesday night. Deep bench, and the bench of tech is really well represented. Tech is at the heart of this White House, surrounding this administration. How disruptive 4 years for tech are we going to have?
Well, I think it remains to be seen. I mean, technology has been disrupting the global economies for years and years, right? Tech as a percentage of GDP has doubled over the past 20 years. And I think what's different about this administration is the active embracement of technology. You look at the U.S. leadership across the globe. Much of that leadership comes from technology, and technology's effect on different parts of our society. Started with information gathering with Google, and then communication with Facebook and entertainment. the Netflix and Spotify, and then it went to the physical world, organizing the physical world, Uber, Airbnb, etc. What you're seeing now is this next wave of disruption powered by AI along the same patterning, right? Which is information gathering right now with ChatGPT, etc. And what is, I think, terrific about this administration is rather than taking a defensive stance, they're taking an active participatory role with technology companies looking to accelerate going forward. And we think it's a wonderful opportunity for society, and we're very much looking forward to working with this administration.
Well, what participation have you had specifically with the president on AV? Is that what you use your 5 minutes for? AV, AV, AV. What are you going to push home?
Well, the president's very busy on many global issues right now, but in my communication with him, I will tell you that our drivers and couriers are thrilled about no taxes on tips. And I think the other area that we're really focused on, Uber is a company that operates in the real world and everyday life. I think one area that we can absolutely help on as it relates is the affordability of these services, inflation for the common customer.
Let's go to Fox News about Trump spars with Hochul.
Kathy Hochul says, "Game on, you drew first blood," as you got rid of congestion pricing in New York City. What's your response to her? In fact,
Well,
here's what you said.
pricing was very bad.
Listen to this.
for New York.
Listen to this.
And it was going to kill Manhattan in certain parts of New York. Ultimately, when Manhattan goes, the whole state goes. Manhattan is not doing well to start off with. And all you're doing with congestion pricing is saying, don't go in. And it's like $15 a day.
Yep.
And if you're a shoe salesman, or if you're a waiter, or if you're the owner of a restaurant, or the owner of just about any business, it's a disaster. It's been a disaster every place it's been used. That it is, and they call me for help, and yet nobody's treated me worse than they have in Manhattan. They have a rigged court system they treated me worse than anybody. There's never been treatment like I've been treated, and that's the way they treat people. They go after people, and people think that, oh, I should come and help. I view it and I say, what a shame. But despite that, and despite the way I get treated, I do help. I help New York tremendously, and everybody says I shouldn't even bother with New York the way they are. It's a really vicious place from a legal standpoint, from a weaponization. It's totally weaponized. The courts are weaponized, and they're horrible. And I had the best cases nobody could even believe. Every single one of the pundits, from McCarthy to Turley to Greg Jarrett to Dershowitz, said they had no case against me whatsoever. It shouldn't be brought. And you can't win in New York. You get these judges that you can't win. The whole thing is a rigged, horrible system, and it's crooked and corrupt. And they put this congestion pricing on, and it would have destroyed the city even further. You would have had no business left in Manhattan. Numbers were way down. They need business. They need people to go in. It's like putting up a wall. People weren't going to go in. Everybody was going to lose their jobs. Really, it's a very sinister place. What's taken place in New York over the last 8 years or so, it's a very, very sinister place.
And Mayor Adams is finding that out right now.
A little bit, but it's gone on and on and on, and it just gets worse and worse, nastier and nastier. And they got to do something about the court system in New York. It is a rigged system. It's a horrible system. I had 3 judges. They were totally dishonest judges. They were the most dishonest judges. Look, I've been around. I've been to many courts. And I will tell you, these are the most dishonest group of judges I've ever had. I've never seen anything like it.
I think Mayor Adams would agree with you.
It's a very corrupt place. And now on top of everything, what they want to do, and people are leaving. Businesses are leaving in record numbers, and people are leaving. And I'll tell you, Brian, it's really a shame to see such a great place go so bad. And now they put this horrible payment that you have to have for the privilege of going to a place that's not doing very well. It's a loser, and I give my secretary a great, literally a great applause for what he did.
All right, Ted, that was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. So, Mr. President, right now, the market dropped a little because Kmart is not for Kmart or Walmart is not forecasting growth in revenues, and they look at inflation. Inflation is stubborn. You inherited it. When does it become your economy? When is it a Trump economy where we get to see if your plans are working?
Well, it takes a period of 6 months to a year. Biden really screwed up our country. He really screwed it up badly. If you look at the deficits we have with other countries, that should have been taken care of, Brian. We have a deficit with China of over $1 trillion, trillion. And so it takes a period of time. We're going to have a very strong country. It's going to take a little while to get it back. Just like inflation. I gave him almost no inflation, 1.2%, which is perfect. And it went up to 9.9%. Went to, I think, the worst inflation in the history of our country. But I gave him no inflation.
It's not the worst, because that was during the Volcker days when he was running the Federal Reserve and he had to do shock therapy. And if I remember, it was like 12% or 15% interest rates. So, I mean, their inflation was pretty bad back then. But what we went through was bad too. But it wasn't the worst. We've had worse.
A great economy. And he screwed it up with two ways. He spent too much, and Mitch McConnell shouldn't have approved all that stuff. Mitch McConnell did a very poor job, very poor job. He shouldn't have approved a lot of this stuff. He approved it. It was like, I said, what does he have on Mitch McConnell? It's just so sad to see that. But I gave him, and what they've done to this country is just incredible. Between the open borders and prisoners pouring in and mental patients and everything else pouring in. And it's not easy to get them. They're looking all over the place. They have searches all over the place. But, these are professionals escaping. And Tom Homan's doing an unbelievable job. And Christie, unbelievable job. But they really made a mess of things in foreign policy and in local policy. They have made a mess of this country, but it'll be straightened out. I would say in 12 months, we're going to have a whole different country.
All right, so yesterday, it just happened, actually. They voted through the night that a vote-a-rama, and
All right.
the GOP...
Before we continue on with that video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. It's the fourth pillar of my core protocol. This will help to increase your energy levels and boost up your metabolism. Really important. It has 68 nutrients. You can take a look at the contents of the powder by looking at the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You get a big scooper. Take 1 scoop a day, either for breakfast or for lunch. This will help you to lose weight. You're going to have all the nutrients that you need. And in 72 hours of starting this, you will feel more energetic, and you're going to be sleeping better, and you're going to have this, you're going to increase your mental acuity. So you get lots of benefits out of this. It targets a few systems. One is your cardiovascular system. Also, it targets your strength and musculature. So it's increasing the health of your muscles, and it's improving your brain function. And like I said, it boosts up your energy levels and increases your metabolism. This is like a superfood. You take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. This container is about 1 month's supply. Now, you mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. You can make a smoothie. You can mix it with milk. You can mix it with filtered water, however you want to take it. But this will be your meal. All right? Now, you'll get healthier by taking this every day, either for breakfast or for lunch. And it will be cheaper, I'm sure. The cost of this container compared to what you normally eat for breakfast or lunch. So you're going to save money on top of it and get healthier and lose weight and get leaner. You'll get lean muscle. So, and brain function will improve. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you can use this to help fuel your workout. It's a great way to do a pre or post workout nutrition. Now, you can take the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. You can take it separately, or you can mix it with the Boomer Boost. That's how I do it. Now, the gladiator barley has all the same benefits as the heirloom barley, but it has one extra one. And that extra benefit is it gives you more strength. It is a high density protein. You take a half a scoop or a full scoop of this. With the gladiator barley, like I said, it's going to give you more strength, especially when you do weight training. So if you're an athlete, use this. But even if you're not an athlete, you're just older, you need to build muscle. So do some cardio, do some resistance training, gain the muscle that you need. This will also help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation so you'll recover quicker. But not just that, by bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your cardiovascular health, you're helping with your immune system, and it soaks up free radicals through the superoxide dismutase. So that's an enzyme that will help to soak up free radicals. It's another pathway. So by taking this and the C60 and the NAC, you're soaking up free radicals in many different ways, which is really important. Now, this will, when you combine this with the Boomer Boost and you do resistance training and gain the muscle, what will happen is you're going to get healthier, you're going to get more muscle, your metabolism is going to skyrocket, and you're going to have more energy. You're going to improve your brain function, you're going to improve your cardiovascular health, you're going to have healthier muscles, but you're also going to control your A1C levels. So this combo is going to reduce diabetes. Just think about that. Most people that are older are either borderline diabetic or diabetic. And I just gave you the recipe to not be diabetic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost. It's a great combo. Or you can just take them separately. It's up to you, but you get a bigger bang for your buck if you take this combo. Now, some people aren't so focused on the strength, but they want the detox, the lower inflammation, and soaking up the free radicals. That's where the heirloom barley is. And you mix it together here, and it also will help control A1C levels, but not as effective compared to taking the Boomer Boost and the gladiator barley. So this is a great combo too, to detoxify your body and get healthy. I have created a longevity box called the Longevity Boost Box. You get Boomer Boost and your choice of heirloom barley or gladiator barley. All right. So if you want to take gladiator barley and Boomer Boost, get the Longevity Boost Box. It's cheaper. And you can use discount 5 on top of that. Or you can buy them separately. It's up to you. All right. But the point here is I want to get these products in your hand. If you want to build muscle, if you want to get healthy, you want to have more energy, you want to help with your brain function, you want to reduce the chances of diabetes or reduce your A1C levels, here it is right here. You take a half a scoop of this or a full scoop. You take a full scoop of this, take it with soft foods or with filtered water or with milk, however you want to take it. That's your breakfast or your lunch. You do that once a day and boom, you're going to get super healthy. And like I said, by taking this in 72 hours, 72 hours, you're going to feel major improvements within 72 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I just gave you the recipe to be healthy. Now, if you don't want to listen, go down the road of heart disease and diabetes and all the other problems that you'll have.
Senate just passed one of two bills. So this was adopted. It's a 5248, and they're going to get financing for defense and financing for the border, but they didn't re-up on your tax reform. You said this is what Senator Thune told me yesterday about what he's trying to do, because now you want one bill and he's giving you two, cut four. What would that one bill consist of? And what would the second bill consist of? And why not just do one?
Well, I think I'm game, and if the House can execute on getting one done, more power to them. I think at the moment, what we're trying to do is preserve optionality for the president. The president has, campaigned on and said his number one priority is securing the border. And this bill that we're doing today is heavily focused on giving the president the resources he needs to secure the border.
So your thought about the one bill that passed?
Yeah, look, the Republicans mean very well, everybody, but I think Rand Paul voted against it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh boy, it never ends with these guys. They have to go and grandstand. But I was very honored by the bill that he did. I think John Thune is doing a fantastic job, but it gives you optionality, Brian. We want one big, beautiful bill, as I say, and that would include many other things than what we approved yesterday. But to have what we approved yesterday is nice, and we'll see now how the House is going to do. The House is going with a one bill concept, the Senate the two, and the Senate will come along and do, if they see good progress with the House, they'd rather have everything included also. But we're going to see what the House comes up with. They're working very hard. They think they're going to get there on one bill, and then the Senate would be able to vote on the one big, beautiful bill that would include taxes and tax cuts, and really it'll be the biggest tax cuts in American history. And I would think it's very hard for even Democrats to vote against it.
So it sounds like you're almost open to two. You're still feeling like, let me see what happens, right?
As long as we get to the same point, two bills. Now, what they approved yesterday is one part of it, and then they approve another part of it. I guess you could make the case you could do three. You could do 10. As long as we get along, as long as we get them all added up and it's the same thing. And I think we're in very good shape. I think that's a good signal it's a very good signal that we got the one bill passed, because there's great unity. We have great unity in the party.
Right.
The House is great, and the Senate is great. We have fantastic unity, and I think it's going to go good. If this didn't get approved, the Democrats essentially would have approved the largest tax increase in the history of our country, and I don't think that works very well for them politically.
Acting director of ICE is being replaced amid growing frustration in Trump administration over pace. Trump is constantly breaking news. I mean, it's like watching 3 presidencies in one.
And they keep saying your tax reform was for the rich. It is not. It was for the middle class, and everyone benefited across the line. That's one thing I don't think you guys do a good job pushing back on. In fact, a lot of people who were wealthy got hit on your tax reform bill.
All right, so that's that. All right, I want to play CNBC. This was 2 hours ago about the cracking down on United Health. The DOJ is probing United Health right now.
Joining us this morning, former Cigna Vice President and Center for Health and Democracy President
Wendell Potter. Wendell, appreciate the time this morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you. My pleasure.
Some of this is sort of inside health insurance baseball. How do you explain what DOJ is thinking here to a layperson?
I think what we're seeing here is that the Trump administration has really good evidence that a lot of money can be saved, taxpayer dollars, by cracking down on the practices of the insurance industry. The insurance companies like United Health Group that own and operate Medicare Advantage plans, they've been a huge cash cow for these companies for several years. And I've seen estimates from independent sources that the government has been overpaying these companies collectively by about $100 billion a year. So when you look at over 10 years, $1 trillion can be saved by just changing the way these companies are paid. They're overpaid because of some rules that were put in place several years ago that enable these companies to what's referred to as increase the coding intensity and make the government think that people are sicker than they actually are, which triggers additional payments from the government.
Right. When you look at the reaction this morning and the shares down and the space being pressured, does DOJ have a history of putting remedies into place that actually stick?
The DOJ can certainly do that, but I think the other problem that the company is facing is that on Capitol Hill, you're seeing that Republicans are among the industry's biggest critics. The new chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, the Health Subcommittee of Commerce, is a big critic and has called for the breakup of United Health Group. And I'm hearing a lot of people talk about on Capitol Hill about passing legislation that would prohibit these companies from owning and operating physician practices. United is the biggest employer of doctors in the country. And so I think we could see some big change on Capitol Hill as well as in the Trump administration in the months and years ahead.
Which I think it's back to, I'm still wrapping my head around $100 billion a year in overpayments, that number that you just put out there. And you mentioned these rules that are in place. And I think it kind of raises the question then, if these companies are being overpaid or they're being loose with their billing practices in part because of rules that are in place, is that a company issue or is that a government issue? And where do the changes really need to come from then?
You know, it's some of both, and I think we will probably see efforts by the companies to try to persuade lawmakers in the Trump administration that they can self-regulate. But the problem, I think, requires some government intervention, and I think we'll probably see that because the rules do allow these companies to engage in these practices, and I think that Wall Street is frankly expecting that they can continue to do that. That's what has led to the great buildup in the stock price over the years. Since the Affordable Care Act was passed, United stock price has grown very, very rapidly, and the company itself has through its strategy of vertical integration, and it now owns a very low pharmacy benefit manager. It's able to essentially take itself. So that's another thing. It's going to be coming under intense scrutiny.
The 10-year return on United Health is over 300% since Obamacare. And then you wonder why senators and representatives in Congress are paying attention to the big pharma and big insurance lobbying group. I tell you, the American people are paying way too much for insurance and not getting enough from it, and you have shareholders that are making a ton of money in a 10-year period, 300%. And wouldn't you think that the insurance companies would be making less money? No, they're making more money.
In Cigna, what do you think the company's defense would sound like?
I think they will say largely what the Wall Street Journal said in this pretty revealing report today. That I think the company will say, these other companies will say that they are identifying enrollees who are sicker than had been assumed, and that they can identify ways that these companies or these individuals can be treated more successfully. The problem the journal has found, and other investigators have found, that they are, as they are upcoding and getting more money, these patients are not getting the treatment that they presumably would need for their presumed illnesses. So they're in a bind. They're facing pressure on wall.
Trust me, I have the solution to this. Most chronic diseases in the United States are due to lifestyle. It's a holistic approach. Now, it doesn't mean that, that all answers are, all problems, medical problems can be solved this way. But I'm just saying, in the aggregate, most chronic diseases in the United States, the big ones, are because of lifestyle. And they can be mitigated. Heart disease, diabetes, cancers in many cases, not always, but in many cases. So it's about environmental stressors and also nutritional stressors and lifestyle, all right? So it's a holistic approach. It's about proper diet, proper sleep, detoxification, cardiovascular, cardio training, weightlifting, so resistance training, balancing exercises, stretching exercises. All of them, everything that I've mentioned so far is very important and equally important. Cleaning your environment, making sure you're not exposed to toxins, filtering your water, reducing, your bad food intake, not just junk food, but I'm talking about these processed foods that have tons of chemicals in it. You don't want to do that. You don't want to eat that crap. Stay away from these fast foods. Proper supplementation, learning new things, activating your brain. And when you do these things on a regular basis, like every day, you're going to get healthier. And when you have a society doing that, then you're going to have less need to go to the doctor, less medications for diabetes, less medications for heart disease, less medications because of depression, less medications because your liver is failing, less medications because of problems with kidneys, less problems with the skin, so you won't be seeing a dermatologist as often. There you get a lot of benefits, but it's a holistic approach. Now, if you haven't been doing that and you start having problems, you may need medication. But for those people, you need to take it. But you can wean yourself off of the medication and improve the health of your body slowly by taking a holistic approach. It takes time. There are people that are on statins and on beta blockers and all this stuff, and you can slowly get them off of them by doing a holistic approach. So there's one group that you start early and you never develop the chronic diseases. There are other people that have started to develop the chronic diseases, are into their chronic disease, and you need to slowly get them to heal their body. But that's the answer. The answer to the crazy healthcare cost problem in the United States is you got to take responsibility and use some common sense. Stop thinking, oh, I got a disease, so I'm just going to go take something from pharmacopoeia. Wrong, 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 wrong.
They're under increasing scrutiny by the media and lawmakers, and I think we're just beginning to see in many ways, the bottom fall out of these companies. The FTC has investigated the pharmacy benefit managers. They've gotten deep into that, so there's going to be a lot of scrutiny of this company, of Cigna, which also owns a big pharmacy benefit manager. Humana and CVS, which owns Aetna, are big companies that also own and operate Medicare Advantage plans, as does Elevance, which owns and operates a lot of Blue Cross Blue Shield plans around the country.
Yeah.
So if you really want to save money and be healthy, and the society, doesn't have a healthcare crisis, you got to take responsibility at the individual level. And when everybody does that, the actual costs of healthcare are going to go down. So that's my transmission for today. Thank you for listening. For the ones that have been watching on Rumble and on YouTube, and the ones that have been listening on X Spaces, just a reminder, for the ones that do watch the live streams on my website, on Rumble, on YouTube, please ask questions, be part of the call-in, and it's an interactive show. For the ones that have typed in their comments in the chat, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hopefully, the world doesn't go up in flames, tonight, but we're going to do another transmission soon. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.